Nah, it's all working. I'm live already. I just went live now. I'm going to share on the sites, put them over on. You can talk if you want to.
I can't hear myself in my.
What was that?
I can't hear through the headphones.
I'm not talking.
Well, I can't hear it.
Yeah, but it's working because I'm not talking. Well, you can't hear it.
So you can't hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you now.
Okay. It says anyone here. Okay. So I won't hear me. Oh. So is that
Good.
Number of people is that on? And we can say good morning everybody to what I would be like to say is sunny Tempe, but today it's pouring down rain as the East Coast low continues to do its work. Great credit to Cooks River for the Tempe lawns holding up so well. As you all know, this was once a bowling club, so the lawns are pretty good with drainage. Today we have the final of the Croquet New South Wales Ricochet singles event between Ray Chapman and David Scott. Both of these players are from Ballina and often play together, often travel together, and are even staying together down here in Sydney. Ray has won this title 3 times. Last year Ted Woodley won it, but Ray won it 3 times before. Both Ray and David are good GC players and both also play AC, but David's slightly better at AC. Those of you who've played Ricochet know that it really has all the advantages of GC and all the advantages of AC. To me, as an AC player, it's very much AC without having to bend over and do a croquet shot, because instead of doing a croquet shot, you just take an extra shot with your striker ball.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Happy.
Pleasure to be here, mate, on a miserable looking kind of day.
Well, it's surprising, isn't it, that for a game often played by older people, it seems to be played in all weather.
Well, we're not cricketers, that's for sure. Eh?
That's right. That's right. Everyone likes to get out on the lawn and have a game.
So the players are just getting ready. They've had their bit of a warm-up. They're getting their wet weather gear on, putting their flippers and snorkels on.
Yeah, well, most of us, well, we all have pretty good wet weather gear. It's an essential if you're a tournament player in croquet. And when it's wet, I think the balls go through the hoops a bit easier. They go a bit straighter because the lawn
Not as quick.
is not as quick and it's sort of flatter. But of course they don't go as far, and in Ricochet, distance is quite an issue.
Yeah, I've never really heard of Ricochet until I got asked to come down to the broadcaster. You don't see much of it, like croquet. I know that one.
No, it started 10, 12 years ago, I think, in South Australia as a form of AC without having to do croquet shots. So people sometimes find difficulty bending down or even just mastering the different sorts of balls together shots in AC croquet.
And we've got both boys are from Ballina.
Yep. So they play together all the time. And in the... Yep.
We're ready to go, buddy. When's the clock start?
It'll start when the first player hits the first ball. It's a 2-hour game.
Okay, yep. And also got Peter Freer here as well. He's going to be jumping on.
Yes, Peter's our referee as well as a co-commentator. Peter played in the round robin, but didn't quite make the last two. In the round robin match, David beat Ray 15-10, so there's a bit of settling up to be done there, and Ray's started with blue. On he goes. Doing what looks like a fairly conventional opening for AC players. And so similar rules apply, or similar tactics apply in Ricochet, at least with the opening. And David goes further down. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that there would be an opening. So wouldn't it be normal just to go to the western boundary? But yeah. So a bit of a different opening. Maybe David would like to have a shot. Yeah. I thought so. David's going to shoot down the boundary line. He hasn't played on this line, he said before. I'm not quite sure how straight the boundary line is, but we'll find out soon. Long shot, but with a bit of an angle, he can probably get a double. That is 2 balls in sight. Doesn't always help because you still have to hit one. So that's what he's doing now. David Scott is lining up so he can have a double. Probably between red and blue, but we'll see. Maybe black and blue. No, it looks like red and blue. He stalks in. Looking, no. So you can see how that's gone out. So probably the boundary wasn't quite as straight as it could have been, because he was inside the line well before he got to red. Yep, about there. Okay, so now we're going to see what Ricochet is all about. So Ray's deciding where he wants yellow to end up. So that's the Roquet, but balls stay where they are. That's one shot. After the Roquet you get 2 free shots. Look at that. Now he can back away.
And the big difference is that you're trying to put black behind the hoop instead of in front. Whereas in AC, you're always trying to load in front.
Yes, right, okay. That's Peter Freer, who's another commentator. Oh, I mentioned him earlier on. Yes, he's also the referee today. So now Ray is going to get his two shots.
He's,
So he
he's
can either
torn.
line up a hoop one or go and try and hit red, but I don't think he'll try and hit red.
Well, he's got 2 shots, so he could get down there.
Oh, he could get down there and then rush it up.
Sorry, I thought he was playing black.
Oh, well, that shows how little I know. So what's he trying to... Was he trying to get the other side of red, to get red onto the lawn?
I think he wanted, either this side so he can push red down towards corner 3, away from yellow, or ideally behind it, but I don't know. There's not much dropout along that line, but you have to really watch this falling out right next to the target ball.
We saw that, yeah. Okay, so because blue went out, it's measured in.
Yep, and now it's got 2 shots left, so you'll go and try and get in front of hoop 1, run up, and then hit black.
It looks like a fairly useful shot.
Ray's very good about putting balls in front of hoops, but that's gone a little further than he hoped.
Well, it's still runnable. Will he just set up? Because red and yellow are still quite croquetable. Yeah, straight through.
Beautifully
no
done.
trouble. Those nice slippery wet hoops. So the hoops are set on 11/16 plus or minus.
They are all pretty well on 11.
So say first shot. Oh, so he's only got 1 shot now, hasn't
He
he?
has, and so he's decided to go down to 2. It's always much better for the oppo if they can hit in and then you've got 2 balls joined up. They can come to you, use 1 ball to position on the other and then rush it somewhere useful. So Ray's minimising that by spreading his balls.
Okay.
Of course the corollary means that if David can hit, he's already got a ball loaded at his next +1. And just like an AC, that's always a good thing.
For an AC player, it's frustrating when you think, oh, that was a good rush, and then you realise that your striker ball is still left behind. Ooh, that was good. Now, it didn't have any fade into the...
No, if anything,
the
came a
boundary.
little in court.
Yeah.
And again, just like AC, normally you have an agreement at the start of the game about you can come onto the lawn early as long as you don't hit a ball until all balls are yarded in. So Ray will have the same issue now. He's only got 1 shot. So based on last turn, he'll go across in front of 3.
Yeah.
That's 2 hoops to Ray.
It's 2 hoops to Ray, 2 hoops to blue. So you've got that happy. So Ray's ahead 2-0.
Yep.
Happy,
all over it.
Happy likes to know what the score is all the time.
Well,
But I suppose here the score is more important in Ricochet than AC because you're not going to do a break of 12.
No, a big break's 6 to 8. We saw a couple of those in the last couple of days, but normally, getting any sort of break is good. That was a beautiful load with blue. It's perfectly in front of hoop 3. And David hits. David's wearing his very complicated waterproof coverings on his shoes. He says it takes a PhD to get them on. And I think they rip pretty easily is the problem.
I think I've had them. They're silicon, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, they last 1 game. My experience. But, better off to get waterproof shoes or a second pair of shoes with you. So now he's still got 2 shots. He's going to try and clear blue away, is he?
Mm. He want, just wait until he shoots. He wants to actually load hoop 2 if he can, but he's now looking like he's going to.
Oh, that's a.
I think I'm off.
Referee. So,
Oh, that's a great effort.
well, it's a fortuitous result.
Well, get it in the jaws.
He wanted to end up so he could be next to blue and rush blue across the hoop 2. Now here he can go through the jaws and hit blue, but it won't be where he wants it. But he'll still have his 2 shots, so he can, after hitting blue, come back to black. And then Roquet black, put black. Into the lawn somewhere. So actually, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. So there's blue there. So blue is going to be measured in, so it stays a yard from the boundary. We can see how it's starting to get a bit tight with red in corner 4, blue on the boundary near hoop 3, and black. Now I assume David's going to try and shoot this ball out. Nope. But he'll get 2 shots after he makes his Roquet.
That wasn't as bad as it could have been.
So I would have expected David to shoot out onto the boundary so he could get a bit of a...
He's got a yard in, so yeah.
Oh, he'd still be... but he'd still be measured the yard in, but he could sort of cut...
No, on that stroke, because he isn't roking a ball, if he goes out, it's end of turn.
Right, okay.
So in Ricochet, if you go out, if the striker's ball goes out without either roqueing or running a hoop, it's end of turn.
Wow, okay. I should have read my rules a bit closer. But anyway, our listeners can be learning about the game as well.
So the time you do what you're suggesting is if you've got the chance to roquet and go out behind the other ball,
right.
That's when you'll be trying to do that. And so it's interesting, it's called Ricochet, but there's really only 3 times you want to ricochet. Most of the time you're doing things like rushing, roqueting and moving the front ball somewhere useful, running hoops, going to position. Just like GC, it's a lot about getting into position.
So here he wants to ricochet.
Yeah, but I think he was probably trying to also keep the black ball fairly close for the return shot.
So he now has 2 shots on yellow. Trying to get back to red by a safety shot. So now Ray is looking at blue. So why didn't David try and make hoop 1?
Sorry, I wasn't watching.
Well, when after David had roquet black, instead of taking his 2 shots to try and make hoop 1, he just went back to red.
I would have tried for the hoop. When you see people, they've used all the balls in the lawn and they've only got 2 shots left, typically you try for your hoop, if you can run it, then you join up with the last shot.
So you can probably see the rain on the TV screen, and yes, it is quite heavy. So you have to admire Ray and David for playing in this weather. Okay, now we'll see what happens.
Oh, got the The Aggie pipe blowing over.
Oh. Looks like we need another peg. There's not a peg in the shed. Plenty of pegs in the shed. So we have Roberta Flint here as well. Roberta. She's also been a player in the round robin and has come along today to help commentate. Should be all set up, Roberta, so good morning.
Good morning, how are you, Steve?
Very well. I'm rapidly learning about Ricochet. I thought I knew everything, but my first attempt...
That's a very bold statement.
Well, at one stage in my life I was a qualified Ricochet coach.
Oh, okay, right.
That's when you got all the 3 qualifications in one day.
Yes.
But,
Yes, no, I think these fellows have developed a form of Ricochet which is possibly different to what you see in some of the coaching stuff, which tends to have come from the concept of association.
yeah.
So I think the hybrid of people from golf and association tend to play it a little bit differently. So these fellows have, because they've got such high level skills with roqueing and hooping, have developed a very quite a big game in terms of being able to make those long roquets and long hoops.
But it's probably a bit like AC. Your job is not to have any hard shots, make every shot easy.
Well,
But it's a bit harder in Ricochet because...
That's right, because you can't control the balls in the same way.
Yeah.
So you can't groom the lawn, so you can't bring the balls in and get a long break is quite difficult. Although I must say, Peter Free did have a break of 6 against me yesterday, which was pretty excellent to watch.
Yes, I've already heard about that.
That's right, but he didn't need to use all 4 balls either particularly, so I blame the conditions, of course.
Okay, so David made the roquet. His ball went out, but it just gets measured in, because if your striker ball goes out off a roquet, you can measure it in. If it goes out for any other reason, it's end of turn and then measured in.
That's right. Now he'll see if he can get his position on hoop 1 to run the hoop, and he can run the hoop quite hard there.
So he has 2 shots to do that.
That's
well,
right.
but the second shot's got to go through the hoop, so
Correct.
this has got to be pretty important.
Yeah, so position.
And it's coming up. Oh, it's still jumpable.
Well, he'll probably get the hoop, but probably won't get the distance he would have liked, I would think.
Well, that's quite an angle, but just like AC, a little bit to the left he would have been a hero.
That's right.
A little bit to the right would have been a devil.
That's right. That's right.
Now, how would you do this shot, Roberta?
Me, I'd run away to my partner ball, actually, particularly if I was playing the likes of Ray, who would well and truly be able to get it if he ends up in the jaws. Yeah. Now we'll wait and see what Ray will do. Will he be brave?
I would have done a fairly flat jumper shot, a punchy shot.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of AC players seem to do these
Yeah.
days, Steve, is that jumpy sort of a shot. I think Ray will go back to his partner ball. I don't think he's going to do the brave shot of go for the red in the hoop. Yeah. Me, I'd go for red in the hoop just for the hell of it.
That's because you're playing for enjoyment.
That's right. The glory if it actually comes off.
So Ray is still having a good look at this. Didn't miss by much.
No, but then he's very well positioned now for whatever red will do. So
Right.
David will probably try to lag down quite to a good position to run hoop 2 now, so he's not thinking about the other balls yet.
Does he have to worry about a crush?
He might, but, he probably won't.
Yeah.
But he would look at it. He's a referee himself, so he'd look at it if he thought that there was a risk to it. I would assume that he would ask somebody to watch. But he'll try to go down to position in front of hoop 2 and see if he can run hoop 2, so he get a 2 for 1.
But he only gets one shot after he runs the hoop, so this has to be a shot in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
It needs a bit of rain to slow it up.
I think he's overexcited. No? Ooh.
He's gone straight through.
He went straight
it's
through,
a
not
double.
overexcited at all.
Yeah.
But interestingly, he probably would have wanted to come up a bit short, so then he could actually control where he went with his red coming through the hoop if he wanted to shoot at a double target over there with black and blue.
Yeah.
So will he do that? I mean, now he'd end up, if he misses one of them, he'll end up on the line, not in the corner, which would probably be where you'd want to be, really, if you don't get it. But luck favours the brave, as we were saying just yesterday.
So he's really got to try and make this Roquet.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, well, he's ended up a little bit further along. So the thing with Ricochet as well, it's very hard to get the balls out and to make stuff. So, Ray might be able to. So actually here, yes, he's going to play blue. He'll play blue, try to get in so he can get behind red, get red out onto the lawn. And if he can get a rush, he might be able to rush down and then use yellow. So he might get to use all 3 balls.
Okay, so that's that's the Roquet. So now he's got 2 shots.
That's right. But he's gone out there as well. So when you do those shots on the line in Ricochet, doing one where you don't actually go out so you can get in behind the other ball is really quite useful. Because when you're going along the line, particularly where it slopes off a little bit, it's a much more dangerous shot, as you well know, going along between the line and the ball.
Well, but Ray's done pretty well there. So now he's going to try and get red to be behind hoop 3 rather than in front.
Actually, sorry, I was still thinking he was for 1 for blue.
No, he's on hoop 3.
Yeah, okay.
You came in late, so
I did come in late.
That's forgivable.
Yeah, I know, the weather.
One shot. Ooh.
He should run that.
Of course, the conditions are a bit well run, I think. There was a bit of an angle there.
Yeah. You see, the thing with Ricochet is you're kind of always leaving balls behind as well, because it's really very difficult to get your position to be able to get balls out into the lawn.
Which is why the breaks are usually 3, 4 or 5 if you're making a break.
That's right. Ooh, we missed that one. He won't be terribly happy.
Well, that gives hope to lesser players.
I always love seeing people like Ray miss.
Yeah.
It's cruel, I know. I usually don't say it out loud, but we all think it. So David will just go back to partner ball now. He will, of course, hope to Roquet his partner ball.
Yes. So red to yellow. I was just waiting, because David plays like an AC player. He's both hands are together at the top of the mallet. And Ray plays like a GC player where both hands are quite a bit apart.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you equate that with the code that people play as to how they hold the mallet?
I seem to, because when I go to GC clubs, if I go to Mossman or Chatswood, that's what I see.
Oh, well done.
Yes.
That was a lovely shot.
There's a bit of a discussion in the GC US Open where I think it was Malcolm Fletcher, one of the Fletchers was commenting, Robert Fletcher was in the final, and they were commenting about how you should always have your hands together, but it's very hard to tell that to GC players. But the trouble, of course, is that your bottom hand takes over sooner or later. But like I say to people, if you spend your 10,000 hours practicing, you can do whatever you like.
That's right, because there are some very, very good players that play with their hands somewhat apart.
Well, you watch Callum Hyden play in AC. His hands are way apart. That's the trouble. If you watch all the good players, you learn all the wrong things to do. Except for Robert Fletcher, who's just a beautiful player.
So now he doesn't want to go out on this shot. This is his first shot. If he went out, it's turnover. So he's pulled up quite nicely. Of course, it would have been lovely had he been able to land between the ball and the line to bring black out.
I don't think he was even trying for that.
No, not something. You're going fall short.
But this is quite a lot of skill to get these balls in the right place. I mean, it's even more so than in GC where you're all forever lagging up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things about the discussion of, as we know, there's the perennial discussion of codes between, which codes, I don't know, a better code or which is easier. The Ricochet actually is a wonderful hybrid from that point of view, having been developed as a training game for AC, but in terms of position, which is so important in GC, so positioning your balls, then being running the hoops, but the positioning stuff and the cutting the balls as well, because in Ricochet the cut is absolutely one of the key things to be able to do well. I assume Peter's probably already talked about the very fine cut where you ricochet off the ball and go a long way across the lawns. Yeah, so he's gone too long.
So same old concept of a zone of opportunity. He could have gone out a bit wider, but he has a very fine touch.
It is sometimes hard to tell from the other end of the lawn how angly it really is, how far on it really is. I think the fact that he's looking at the black ball indicates well that he's going back to his partner ball. He would like to avoid giving black a double target.
So I did read that one of the nice things about Ricochet is if you do a good shot and lag up in front of the hoop, you can then run the hoop next shot rather than sitting there and have someone tonk you away.
Have someone clear you.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
So you don't have that frustration of being cleared all the time.
Yes, and I think one of the things with Ricochet when you get to play a bit more is, because you get a few shots as well. So it is that thing of, clearly when you play somebody who's a much lower handicap than you are, the number of turns you get, as in any game, or shots with success is much, much lower. But it is, when you play people of a comparable skill, it's a very interactive game.
Yeah.
You get a lot of time on the lawn, a lot of walking around, and it's highly social, just if I throw that in.
Well, that is the advantage compared to AC, although in AC you can talk to the other game on the lawn, but not to your opponent. But yes, because the breaks aren't as long. And balls are played.
So Ray's going at the 2 on the line over here.
Yeah.
If he gets it, it's well worth the risk.
That was very close.
So the question here now will be, how close was it? Will blue be touching red as it comes in?
See how it's measured in. I don't think it'll be touching red.
No, there's quite an angle there.
Ooh, okay. Very important, I suppose, to watch where your ball goes out and to remember that.
Yes, and I think that thing of, in AC there might be a greater level of hygiene of making sure you follow it and put your mallet on the precise spot,
yes.
and not kind of think, I think I've seen it, and So yellow still for 1. So he'll use this shot to try to put red out a bit more. Oh no, he hasn't done it as hard as I thought he might. I thought he might have done it a bit harder, so we could use blue to cannon red out further into the lawn, because then he'd have his 2 shots with yellow to get in behind red.
Yeah, so he didn't really want to end up there, did he? With
no, but he does have 2 shots now.
So he'll try and put yellow behind red?
Yeah.
And then, is he going to try and rush red to in front of hoop 1 or behind hoop 1?
On the non-approach side of hoop 1, so it's a reception ball, so when he goes through the hoop, he's got something to he might not be able to do that. He needs to cut it a little bit here, and that would also get his ball on the approach side of hoop 1. So he's gotten red to a good position, yep. But yellow hasn't gotten as far as what he would have liked. He would have probably liked yellow to go a similar distance, but at that same angle towards the hoop.
Yes, so he's thinking that
I think it would
red's
have
in
been
a good spot, but yellow's not.
well, yellow's all right. He's still got his 2 shots. Lag up, get the hoop.
Yeah. When it's coming in from the side, always.
Yeah, always more difficult.
It sounds hard.
Yeah, too enthusiastic, too excited.
Yep. Just a little bit.
Now what's he going to do?
So should he set up in front of the hoop or go back to partner?
Well, I call setting up in front of the hoop a little bit of croquet naughtiness, but that comes from association. He's going back to partner. Just in going back to partner, of course, as in any game, avoid giving a double target. Remove the ball. So black's still for hoop 1, so no. So black's not going to be brave and have a go at red and yellow over there. He's going down to his partner ball. So one of the things about Ricochet as well is make it, you can do a brave shot, but that doesn't make it harder for your opponent. So, so David now really needs to come over here. So what's he going to play? He could decide to play
yellow.
He could decide to play red because red's on hoop 3 and they're both over on this side of the paddock. But he's going to play yellow and do. So I would imagine he'll come over and use these other balls. No, he doesn't play that way. I forgot. He'll come back, seek to get his hoop, take the risk. He likes to approach from closer than further away, is what he said to me yesterday.
Same in AC. No, now that's a nice shot. Just over 4 foot to make the hoop, and he's just off to the right. This should be very runnable.
Ooh.
That's the trouble, putting pressure on yourself to make the hoop.
That's right, and that's with not using the other balls as well.
And trying to get a bit of distance through the hoop.
That's right. One of the things in Ricochet is people often talk about, because I probably would have come over to black and tried to get blue out so I had something in the middle to bring out another ball. When you talk to a lot of Ricochet players, they sort of go, I wouldn't go and separate them before I'd done the hoop. I kind of try not to think about it as separating your opponent's balls. It's more use your opponent's balls, because that's the AC principle of, use the balls, try to make it easier for yourself when you get going.
Well, separating balls is not unknown in AC. Plenty of our demo players, we all do it sometimes near the end of the game.
There are, near the end of the game, that's right. And there are plenty of our demo games. Ricochet, he's going to do 2 shots back to yellow.
Yep.
He didn't go out, so we didn't need to measure it in. Well, he wanted to go to the side because he didn't want to put yellow through. He wants yellow off the leg of the hoop.
Well, the yellow's not going to... Yes, but it would have been nice to be another yard or 2.
It would have been nice to be another yard or 2. Especially if it was someone not like Ray. Oh, there we go.
Oh, now black's gone out, but that's okay. It can be measured in, but how? Just is good enough.
Is it exciting? Commentators?
David's just asking if the game's exciting enough. for the commentators. So I have to say, yes, indeed, David, this is pretty exciting. So
Well, it's very instructional for me. I find it. Ray asked me to commentate after I called.
oh, he's gone short.
Yeah, I called Ricochet the Devil's Game when I was commentating at Mossman on the AC. Because you're so frustrated forever thinking I can't pick up my striker ball.
Yeah. So one of the things I actually do say about RC is, in some regards, it's harder than AC.
Yes.
AC, once you get your croquet strokes under control, you can actually people regularly run breaks of 9 or 12. RC, the precision that you need to play RC well, and to get breaks of any more than 1, which isn't really a break, so David's wired. I think he was just going thumbs up to Ray. So I think he was looking to see if he had a double target across the lawn, but he clearly doesn't. So he can't take the brave shot. So what's he going to do? He's going to have a look with red.
So TSG's just had a comment. He goes, I've got to admit, I've got no idea what you've got to do in this game.
Well, you've got to score the hoops.
Yes, you have to score the hoops in order. So each ball goes through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6. 1 back, 2 back, 3 back, 4 back. Penholt, rover, and then peg, as in AC.
That's right.
But each ball goes through a hoop. So your red ball goes through all the hoops, the yellow ball goes through all the hoops, and then you peg out.
That's right. And so if you roquet a ball, so you start your turn, if you roquet a ball, then you have two shots, 2 free shots. With those shots, you can either get a hoop or you can roquet another ball. If you've roqueted all the balls before you run a hoop, so you've been round and gone to each one of the balls to use them, then you can't use them again until you run a hoop.
So you can't keep on roqueting the same ball?
No, same as association. You can, but you don't get an extra shot for it.
Right, yes.
Well,
then it would be a ricochet, not a roquet.
that's right. It'd be a clearance shot when you were desperate. If you run a hoop, all the balls are live to you again, and then you can again roquet that ball and get another 2 shots. So the idea is, and that's, I think I said before, getting the hoop balls out into the lawn so you can keep using the balls. So it's roqueted red.
Why
to build a break.
What was the idea of roqueting red?
So he'll come in behind yellow, then
He
he'll
wants
put
to get
yellow
in
to the
behind
other
yellow.
side of the hoop. Yeah.
And then you can put yellow.
He'll put yellow to the reception side of the hoop for when he runs a hoop. He's playing black, isn't he? Yeah. So we'd like to move yellow to the other side and stay on this side himself, or closer to
So he has a harder shot to do that. So
Yep.
there's yellow's
So
there.
now this is easy for him.
And the nice thing is black's nice and close to the hoop.
That's right.
And there we go. So there's the good thing about having a striker ball stay behind. You can do a nice little...
Oh, absolutely.
rush.
Yeah. Now he's run that very hard. Classic of a golf croquet player. In terms of, running it a little bit more under control, he might have been able to cut it down to hoop 2 to then be able to use it as a reception ball in running hoop 2. Okay, so he's landed up in the jaws of the hoop, so that's pretty a poor outcome, as we say. I wonder if he can get hoop 2 from that position.
Well, David did. David got hoop 2 with the ball in the hoop.
You got a double.
Well, he's just going to leave it there so he can make it, because David's got a hit with red or yellow.
Is David really on? I know I was late, but I don't think David's actually on 2 back, is he? I thought yellow was for 1. There's clips on the side of the hoop there.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe somebody...
I think Peter's going to... I'm not quite sure what the protocol there is.
I'll ask him.
Well, Peter can't hear us.
We were just noticing, Peter, that the yellow clip is on the side of hoop 1. Has he... Right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no, Peter was saying he moved it off the side when he was playing, when he's put it on the side. In both Ricochet and Association, putting it on the side of the hoop indicates that you're on your way back around the other way.
He's heard us talking. Yeah, or he's seen it anyway.
I should talk more softly then, shouldn't I?
No, it's one of the silly rules that, I mean, nobody wants to be misled.
No, that's right.
Even though technically you can't be misled by your own mistake in misplacing the clip. I don't think anyone wants someone to be misled.
Yes, well, it's certainly telling people that they haven't put their clip on or it's in the wrong place isn't tactical advice in any way, so...
So I think we must have missed
something.
The Roquet of black to blue. Pardon me.
Well, that would have been a fairly impressive Roquet.
It would have been, yeah. And here we were worried about the clip.
Good that David was the first out there, even that was his advantage.
There we are.
We were just saying, Peter, that we were preoccupied with the clip and missed a very long Roquet by Ray across the lawn where we should have been very excited. I'm sure people watching were.
We can watch the highlights. Okay, so now David's
got a shot on red on the line. It's a pretty safe shot, so even if he misses, well, you know. But if he had have gotten it, he would have been pretty darn happy because then he could have lagged up to hoop 1, run that hard, and he's got a black ball down on his next hoop, which he could have used to possibly build a break of even 3, which would be exciting.
But you can see even with these two good players, people are on the lawn and off the lawn all the time, so it's quite an active game. A lot of interest in it.
Yes, well, I had a look this morning just on what Ricochet competitions there are around at the moment, because Ricochet's a relatively new competitive sport, or code, shall we say. And I noticed there was a big event in WA not that long ago, which was...
down Bunbury or up at Perth?
Peter's talking to me and I've got my thingies on and I can't hear a thing. What?
Oh.
All right. He's gone for a wide join to avoid giving David an easy double, was what he was saying.
I actually think he hit the hoop on the way across.
Oh, well, there you go. But were we watching?
Yeah. But, so now David's going to try and cut red. I would have thought he'd want red to be a bit cut the other way, or is that just my lack of knowledge?
Did he play yellow?
He played yellow, yes.
Yeah.
And I would have thought he cut red into the lawn a bit to make...
He probably would have liked to, but getting position with the yellow is the most important thing.
Yeah. Okay. Because he's no receive the ball for him as we try and get through. Hoop 1. Good.
He's run that nicely.
Yes. So yellow's got 1 hoop and red has 2 hoops.
So he'll do a Roquet his red over the back there, so return to red.
And black has 2 hoops and blue has 3. So he's happy you've got the right score, 5-3.
All over it. That's a positive. Yeah, I'm starting to work the game out.
Yeah, you'll be dangerous once you get a mallet in your hand.
Oh.
So will Ray play blue or black? He's going to play black. So that suggests he will go over to his opponent's balls.
Oh, Ray's got his hands together now.
He must have been listening to you.
So Ray's got a wood mallet. And I think David's got a trimmer. Big difference in price between the two.
Which one's the dearer one? Trimmer.
Trimmer
Yeah.
is trimmers. I think after currency is about $2,000.
So Ray will just go across to the red and yellow on the line there.
That's his one shot.
Yeah, he didn't try to come in between them on the line, but he was too far away to do that effectively. Now he needs to measure yellow in. What, of course, the opponent always hopes for is that when they measure win one ball, it gets in the way of the striker ball, but it hasn't done in that instance.
Okay, so now
Putting red down to be a reception for 3, and then he'll go up and see if he can run 3. And if he is successful in that, so red's hasn't gone nearly far enough. But you can also see the bones of a situation where you might get a break going. If he had have gotten a better position there, he's had red sort of in the middle, he's got blue sort of loosely down on for his
and he just missed the peg, and he just missed red.
Yeah, that's right.
He's in a runnable position. But a lot of in GC you'd
In
take
GC
that hoop
you'd
any
take
day.
that hoop. You wouldn't. Would you
no.
do that in AC with the opponent ball not that far away?
I would, but yeah.
No, that will, yes, as Peter Fries just said, you wouldn't want to take the risk of missing the hoop and go to red, or even worse, ending up down on the line next to yellow.
Yeah.
So David's just going back to partner ball. Of course, wanting to make the roquet if at all possible. David is very good at long roquets, so is it indeed possible?
He doesn't look very happy about that.
Yep. All right. But again, so you see, this is all a bit bogged down. We've got 2 balls over, well away from a hoop, 2 balls over here. You know.
So shouldn't Ray try and cut black across a bit and then do his 2 shots, get through the hoop with blue?
He could do that to get.
Or would he try and go all the way over?
Well, I'd try and go all the way over, but that's me. He'll probably try.
So here he is ricocheting his ball.
Should check that measure in, but
Yeah.
he's going over.
Is black in? Yeah. I think Dave's going to measure it in. These are 2 gentlemen, so they can trust each other.
Well, they do play a lot. They're both from Ballina, so Ballina Cherry Street. I think David has won this event in the past.
See, Ray's run it 3 times.
Has he?
Yeah, so Ray told me this morning. But Ted Woodley won last year. Ted's in Scotland now. He's going to play at the Scottish AC Championships.
All right, well, interestingly, I checked Croquet stores this morning myself, and Ken Green won last year, and David Scott was runner-up, according to what I saw
okay,
in
then
Croquet
maybe,
stores.
this is just hearsay. So I'm sorry, Ted.
Ray won it in 2000.
It was Ken Green's. I'm more sorry to Ken.
That's
Ken
right.
was
Ken
in
was
it.
here.
He was in it for a long time, yeah.
He was. He played very well. He picked out in 2 of his games, I think. The only people that beat him were Ray and David.
Look at this. Pretty good shot.
Very nice shot.
Golly. You need a lot of ball control in this game.
and he's clear enough to have a shot on black, which will breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, no, David was runner-up last year.
Right, okay.
So, and Ray was the winner the
So
year before.
Ken Green was the winner.
That's right.
last year.
That's right.
Okay.
Ken decided he didn't feel the need to play off with Peter Freer for third and fourth place, given the conditions of today. Similarly, I made the decision with Margaret Sawyers that we wouldn't play off for our consolation prizes either. I don't think anyone would blame us.
No, I don't, particularly with the way it started.
No, that's
Much
right.
more pleasant now.
Yes, I think it's easy. So David's just going back to his ball on the boundary, again, hoping for the Roquet. Ricochet can tend to bog down, as you would know from the Aunt Emma Playing Association, Steve. But Ricochet tends to that even more because you can't get balls off the boundary easily.
Yeah. But it's still got a lot more interest than a GC game.
It does. It's a bigger game. It's a bigger
Yeah,
game.
it's a
You're
bigger
using the
game.
whole lawn. You're using your skills that you get in golf croquet. I know there's some clubs that are introducing, other different forms of golf croquet. There's one that you can do 2 shots or something where I wish they'd just try Ricochet.
Yes. Well, I'm not really sure it's a great bridge between AC and GC.
You're not sure?
Yeah.
Well, it is in terms of the pattern of play is what I'd say, Steve. I actually
Yeah.
learnt to play Ricochet. That's the game I learnt to play over at Strathfield Croquet Club. And you learn the pattern of play and that thought process that it's a bigger game than the single.
So you
one
learn the
game.
order of hoops, you learn the order where the balls
that's right,
should be.
That's right. And the concept of using all the balls and that sort of thing. So it's also the other thing that I've always thought it could be useful for, so just come in behind. So he's rushing red to the other side of hoop 5 and it's hoping to get a cut so he ends up in front of... Ooh, maybe he wasn't hoping for a cut, maybe that was exactly what he was planning. So now he'll approach 5.
Ooh, not quite in front. Too far, of course.
Okay, well, how close to partner ball will he go, given that is red's hoop?
Well, black's there anyway, so
That's right.
you don't want to leave the lawn wondering what if.
Well, the other thing I was going to say about Ricochet, Steve, was I can also see it as a game where people who can no longer play association because of the, all the bending over, the setting of it, the doing rolls, that sort of stuff. It's the same pattern of play, but it's gentler in some regards. So,
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I can see that.
Unfortunately, many people who've played association sort of don't want to. Or they start playing it and go, oh, this is harder. So Ray's going red to yellow. No.
Here we are
He would have
now.
really, 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 really liked that.
So, some more rain coming down. Ray's zipping up his jacket. So we've been playing for more than an hour and the score is 6-3.
I might just hand over to Peter again for a while, give some variety.
Good.
Different info.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I would have thought he might just do black and try and make the hoop, but it's a bit like AC, is it? You've got to use all the balls, or it's better to use all the balls than just to use one ball.
Yeah, although the same principle, it's good to not get your two balls out of one ball far ahead of the other.
Right. So now he's going to have to come down. Is he just going to come down?
Yeah, but he's going to.
He can get a rush over to
Deck 5.
Can I call it a rush? Is it a rush?
No, it is a rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that the big things in Ricochet are position, rushing, running hoops, and occasionally doing a ricochet shot.
Yes, I haven't noticed anyone worried about ricochets. I was thinking people would be doing all these fine ricochet angles.
Well, I was very impressed with Ken Green. He was very fluent around the hoops. You know, he's got a reception ball even if it's on the wrong side of the hoop. So he just used his little ricochet just to bounce off it and get right to the hoop, in front of the hoop, to make sure that he was going to be able to run it with control and then come back on the other ball. But because the only way to load your next plus one is a rush, any ball that you have to come back to after running a hoop is going to be in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But you can handle that if you've already got your next loaded. Then you can come back and rush the ball you had to leave behind.
And that's it. You'll make your two hoops.
No, you can recover.
I see.
Yep, it's not fatal. The only time you have to basically abandon balls is when they're on the sideline. You can use them as ferries. So, you know, say you're going from hoop 9 to hoop 10 and there's a ball over on the middle of the east boundary. You can go to it, hit it. You won't be able to move it anywhere, but then you've got a shorter approach shot to 10.
Okay, that's what you mean by a ferry.
Yeah.
A ferry, as in double R.
Yes. F-E-R-R.
So now we're going to get this.
Yeah, that's a beautiful load.
Yep.
And just then, that was illustrating one of the interesting things about Ricochet is when you're approaching two balls and you're going to hit one of them and then get behind the other and rush it. You really have to pay attention to where your striker ball goes, because you can easily find yourself wired behind a ball that you've already hit and the ball you're trying to get to. Now the two shots do save you a bit, but it does complicate life, particularly if you end up touching the ball you've just rotated.
Well, it is two shots, but the first shot has to be right.
Yeah. And if the first shot is hampered by the other ball, so you can't get to where you want to go. Yeah. It's very interesting.
Straight through.
Oh.
So
I think I'll be abandoning red and going to black. Then you can always come back to red.
Yeah.
There's an old saying in Ricochet, there are many ways to skin a cat. To which the reply is usually yes, but in every case you get an ugly result.
I think it's true in both games, in all games.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Ray's turn's ended now. He didn't make the Croquet.
So technically his turn doesn't end until he puts the ball in, the clips are in place, and then he leaves the court. But they've got an understanding that David can stroll on ahead of once the balls are, and then he can actually hit once the balls are in. Just keep things moving.
Well, they are players. That's a good thing to remember in ACTC and Ricochet. Not the same for...
No, handicap you have to be a bit more careful. That was a very close miss. Handicap you have to be a bit more careful because until they leave the lawn with all the clips on position, they can decide to take an extra turn.
Yes, yes.
That can lead to a really awkward position if you've actually forgotten you've got a clip, you've walked off, sat down, and then you suddenly remember and decide, oh, I can take an extra turn.
And hopefully your opponent didn't say, oh, I thought you were going to take a bisque.
Well, if he's already hit his ball,
You've already left the lawn.
Yeah.
Left the lawn, I think that's it, isn't it?
No, you have to have your clips in position.
Closer. Getting closer.
David Scott says he's getting closer.
On his roquets.
His roquets are getting closer and closer and closer. So now Ray is having.
And this is your classic Anahima would now just automatically go up and split up the balls. So Ray is going to go for his hoop. And, you know, there's a couple of things could go wrong here. He needs to get right in front. And then he needs to run it long so he can get to black.
Well,
but
that's fair enough in front.
He's been playing this really well. Oh, the commentator's curse.
Yes, I'll blame you for that one, Peter. So Peter Freer is from Canberra Club, is here commentating with me. I'm Steve Miles from Camray, Mossman and Chatswood, but Camray is my main club. And Roberta Flint was also commentating. She's having a well-deserved donut and coffee. You're with Roberta's with Marrickville. And Cooks River as well, I think. Or was Cooks? Yes, it's Cooks River.
Peter's been called.
Peter's out to the lawn to have a look at these two balls are together or separate. Okay. They're touching, aren't they? He says they're touching. Which means it's a croquet shot. Well, not called a croquet shot in Ricochet, but it's a balls together shot. So David knows how these balls are going to behave. What a nice shot. Probably a still ball in AC, but doesn't matter in Ricochet. Red. Ooh. So I assume the strategy now is to hit blue, and then you've got your two shots to get back to black, to rush black across. Rush black, sorry, probably into receiver position and then make hoop 3. Oh, sorry, yes, hoop 3 with red. Got my colours right now.
And so, Steve, why is the referee watching that?
I think he might have been worried about it going out or a double tap. Maybe it wasn't quite touching, I would have thought.
In terms of the watching red to blue.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Red and yellow.
I was doing it for the golf croquet players, so they understood. It's not just about clearing the
he's
ball out of the hoop.
sorry. He was watching that to make sure it hit.
There.
Yes, otherwise it could have just hit the leg and moved the ball.
Yeah. And it's good to see Peter multitasking here.
Yeah. So
that was very interesting. He wanted to play with the ball on the outside, so therefore he was hampered by the other ball being partly in his line.
So were they touching, red and yellow?
They were.
Okay.
So
he didn't move. So he did a still ball, didn't he? Not that it matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was a perfect still ball.
Yeah.
But he also didn't hit yellow with his mallet on the way through, which is what he was worried about.
Ah, there you are. That's often the case.
Yep.
Yeah, I did that the other week. It's amazing how straight your swing isn't at times.
Well,
so that's a good reason to call a ref when you've got a fine shot.
Yeah. Because a lot of players don't realise you don't have to hit the centre of the ball with the centre of the mallet.
Yeah.
You can use this any part of the face as long as you hold it perpendicular to the line you're trying to hit along.
Yes, but a lot of people, the mallet twists after they've hit the ball.
No,
And
you've got to
so
keep
if
it
you're only
flat.
doing a
Yeah.
fine takeoff, you can often hit. So this looks like, talking about hitting, this looks like hitting.
And that curved gently into it. At
Oh,
one stage it was going to miss on our right, but then it actually hit just slightly on the left. Nice shot.
Yeah. I'm sure Ray knew that. So now he's going to go across. So this is a better strategy than just trying to lay up and back at hoop 3.
Well, you don't want to be Ardem Reynolds just splitting up your oppo, but in this case Ray is trying to get behind red and put it up where he can use it after he runs hoop 6. And this is where Ricochet is different too.
Oh, he's playing black, so he's going for hoop 3. Hoop 6 is blue's hoop.
Is it?
Yeah. It's alright, it's difficult when you're on and off the lawn.
Can't see in the rain.
It's not very often that commentators make less mistakes than I do.
Yes, so that means he's actually loaded his next. Oh.
So I should have said not very often that they make more mistakes than I do. That was
The
impolite.
rain's thundering now.
Okay, so now
That's got to be short.
no, it's not going to be short.
I was wrong, but it's not.
Well, it just kept rolling, didn't it?
It might be interesting what angle he's got. He might be just in the V.
I don't think so.
So the sensible thing is always to come back and join up, unless your oppo is joined up. And then you have to think about wide joins and things like that.
Yeah.
But one of the rules of thumb is don't keep your balls in the rectangle inside the outside 4 hoops, because that makes it much more likely that your oppo can use them. But this is one of the exceptions where it makes sense to join up. Because David's balls are so widely separated. And he's trying to lay a rush for blue to hoop 6.
Yeah. So why did he choose that rather than setting up a rush for black to rush blue to hoop 3?
Maybe he's thinking that it's also red's hoop.
Good point.
But it comes down to, how you feel at the moment. And there may not be any great strategy behind it. It's just, let's lay a rush somewhere.
And of course it's a shorter shot, which is easier. Okay, now a bit of a...
Yeah, David's decided not to join up because if he can hit one of these, he's got a chance to make hoop 3 with a load at hoop 4. Of course, if he hit his yellow ball, he could do the same thing, so... Might have been tempted by the wide double, but there was plenty of space there for red to go between black and blue.
Found plenty of space.
Yep. I've seen some really close misses where, you wouldn't believe the ball could thread it, and people have threaded it.
It's often just a bit of luck one way or the other. And if the ball hits you on your way, and if it misses, then you're sitting down and watching your opponent take advantage. Now, Ray's going to give that a bit of a tonk, but...
Well, he was hoping to put black on the far side of 6.
I think so, but once you get past... Well, I used to say to people, when you're more than a yard apart, you're just trying to hit. Don't worry about cuts, because usually if you're trying for a cut, you're reducing your probability of hitting by too much from that distance. Okay, so a little bit of an angled shot here. It should just be a nice flat follow through, and through he goes. Yep. Now, this is an interesting shot. Because if he misses black, he'll be in a nice position for red to roquet.
Yes, and if he just tries to dribble at it, A, he's less likely to hit it, and B, he leaves a double. So he's gone for him, bit in between. Beautifully hit.
Yeah.
Would have gone past probably 10 foot if he missed, but it's still not very close
That does
to
often
red.
happen, mate. Yeah, just a medium shot's good enough to keep straight, particularly when the lawn's
Exactly.
wet. And maybe you're just not trying to hit it hard, so it takes one error factor out. Now,
So this is one of the typical things in Ricochet. You've not got much left to do, so you spend your last two shots trying to roll up in front of the next two,
well,
run
that's
it, and then
looks like it's a pretty good shot.
it was a great shot, because if he'll hit this fairly hard, try and see if he can get down to two back. And if he hits it really hard, no, it's not hard enough. If he hits it really hard, he could attack yellow.
Yeah.
Is that a hoop?
That was
That's
a
a
hoop.
hoop.
So,
So
Blue's
blue's
got
now at
7.
7.
and black's got 2, so it's 9. Yep,
9-3.
correct. Ooh. Well, if
I think he's saying he hit it, because he's walking up to it.
no, it didn't
No.
hit.
No,
But,
we couldn't tell from here.
oh, we can always tell from here. Well, we can look at the screen.
No,
Scott.
I still couldn't tell.
Yeah,
Did
I
the camera-
didn't seem to move.
Did the camera have a better shot?
No. But being commentators, we can make a choice, and if it's wrong, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, Boyd, how much delay are we running on with the screen? Because I notice we're commentating to the lawn, whereas
Yeah, about, I don't know, 1 second.
It's all right.
should we be watching the screen instead?
Goes out. So here, Ray has to worry about a double tap.
He does, if he goes straight ahead. But he won't. He'll probably basically take off. See, this is where the glance shot works. So you just nick black, and then you can go out where David's walking. And then you've got two shots from there. It doesn't work. Oh,
He's going to go
he's
do a
using black.
glance with.
Same thing with black.
Yeah.
Would have gone harder then. Yeah, Roberta's echoing. Not hard enough.
Well, he might have gone
So you can't go out on this shot.
right. 1, 2. Yeah.
Yep. So he did do a small ricochet there. Someone like Addison Matthews would have been right across in front of the hoop off that shot. Addison really likes big ricochets. His forte is you have two balls in, say, corner 4, and he can get to anywhere on the court, if, you know, a foot apart. He can then get anywhere on the court just by whacking into the front ball. It goes out straight away, so he's still got a safe ball back here. But
So
then
that
he's
takes a
reached,
bit of practice, I'd say.
and enthusiasm. He's a good whacker.
So that's the second shot. It's not going to make that. Oh, he's going to try for it. Must be further out than I can tell. And through it goes. There you are. Made it look quite easy.
Yeah, again, he would have hoped to have been able to run black close to the blue. But he's a good roquet. He should hit this. Yep.
Good shot.
Yep. So now, ideally he'd want to be trying to load blue across to 5, but he can't do that. So he's just coming down to red, and he'll just use red as a ferry. Get back to in front of.
So it's 10:03 now, and an hour and a half gone out of our 2 hours. Oh, sorry, it's an hour and a half on the screen, so it's about an hour and 25 minutes.
He does like to go up and have a look at where he's going to put the ball.
I think it gives you time for your brain to understand what it's got to do. You know, we're sometimes a bit hard on our brain. We expect them to do quadratic and equations rather than just a nice ax plus b.
And
That's an ax plus b.
And it works. Having a look.
Yeah. Well, I think that's nothing wrong with that. That's why you stalk a ball, so everything's nice and straight. So now he has to go for red, doesn't he? Because yes, has to go to red. It's wide on blue.
Ray's prepared just to join up. Ray would be well aware it's only half an hour to go.
Yeah.
He's leading by now
11-3 now.
Yep. And so he's happy to put the pressure on David. And David's...
That's looking good.
He's hoping to hit, but he's also joining up, forcing Ray to come after him rather than just leave Ray to pot around the hoops. Because if he was separated, Ray would then just start doing a hoop at a time.
Still got 45 minutes to go.
45 minutes, have we? Oh.
Yeah, yes. And we're going for an hour and 15.
Right, okay.
75 minutes on the clock.
Good. Okay, so I'll take 20 minutes off the screen clock.
2 hours a game.
2 hours.
Now he's got 2 shots. So first shot, don't go out, don't go out. He's right there.
So you can get these cycles where you're coming down to not just separate, you are hoping to use one of these balls to attack the next hoop. But going down...
He's got black down there, so that can't be his aim really, you think?
Well, don't forget you want to load your next +1.
Next +1, yeah.
Yep, that's what he's doing.
So he'll rush yellow, nice rush to yellow.
Yep.
To the next +1.
He would have liked another 20 feet on that, but
I think he'd be pretty happy to get the direction.
yeah. And I imagine that the balls are pretty slow out there in the wet, damp conditions.
Well, these are the new Dawsons. So they're, I think they're about 2 months old, these balls. Seem to be behaving better.
So now, a lot of players would just put blue right in front to run the hoop. But you're better off actually positioning it. He has used black, hasn't he? Yeah, he's positioning it. So it was a bit long. He wants to put black behind the hoop before he runs it.
Yeah. And it gives him 2 shots then to set the ball up. Or gives him a set-up shot and then a hoop shot.
Yeah, but then after he comes through, he's hoping to be able to use black to get across to 3 back. And David's happy to shoot here because there's a bit of margin. If he misses, he won't be that close and he'll be on the wrong direction for Ray. And he's nicked blue.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Well, you can't keep on saying to the good players, see if you can hit this long one, because sooner or later they will.
Yeah, well, it's the concept of the free shot. There wasn't any consequences for David for missing.
Yeah.
And he can then, even if he misses, he's lurking over there, which puts pressure on Ray trying to run the hoop, because he knows if he makes any mistake, yellow's going to be attacking him straight away. And you do get bored with just going back to partner all the time.
Yeah, but there's a lot of strategy.
He's trying to get behind black to put it down to 2. So he went a bit long.
He wants to clean the ball.
You can. Yep.
Okay, so picked up a bit of detritus along the way. Notice how he used his mallet as a marker.
Yeah, it's been very proper.
If it's proper, he'd have markers on him.
No, but he was careful to ask before he touched his ball. Because it is possible that he would have ended up putting it back slightly different to where it started, unintentionally or intentionally.
Okay. But now, yeah,
his turn's
okay.
winding down, so he's off to try for the...
Well, black and blue are still reasonably close.
yes, he'd be a bit disappointed about that.
But this
Nice.
looks like a nice shot.
Nice hoop approach. So yellow's
shot,
now
is it?
through 2. And he's up to 4.
A nice long roquet coming up. So if it doesn't hit, it puts pressure on Ray. Just missed. So red's on hoop 3, along with yellow.
So earlier I mentioned that it's good to keep your balls sort of more or less together rather than having one way out ahead and the other lagging.
Yeah.
But I think David would accept that at the moment if he could get one of his balls around. Nice
shot.
okay.
Nice shot.
He's very solid now.
Yeah.
He's obviously been working hard in his practice. So all these things are coming out. He's good on the roquet. He's really good on putting balls in front of hoops and running them. He's been practicing running them hard.
And he's chairman of Croquet New South Wales. It's a wonder he gets any time to do that. But Ray's been pretty active in his club as well, club captain.
I'm sure he actually goes out and hits a few balls to let off steam.
So that's, yeah, I keep on thinking that's an optimistic shot, but I forget he's got 2 shots.
But he's going
It's going to
out.
go out.
And he can't go out.
Yeah.
David's just looking excited. He'd actually been caught out. He'd taken the opportunity to unzip his rain jacket. Now he's rushing to get everything back together.
That's the importance of keeping pressure on your opponent. Don't
Yeah.
give them easy shots. Don't give them easy starts. So he's got to cross the lawn. He's got to do 2 shots. So his first shot's got to end up in a easy roqueable position, and he just went a bit too far. We've seen the balls go a bit further than we thought a couple of times on this lawn.
Despite what I was saying about slow lawn.
Well, these are pretty good draining lawns.
Yep.
Cut short as well.
Although I go back, I can remember sweeping water off before the drainage went in down the north end of this lawn in particular. It used to be really waterlogged. But see, the ideal shot here is if you can crack Hardy into blue on the right hand side and pop it out to hoop 3, you can use that to load, and then because you've gone out straight away and in front of the shed, you can get behind red and put it down to hoop 4 and load your next +1. So that's what he's tried, but he was a bit wide. But it's out there. And for David, he could run hoop 3 and get back to blue.
So he's lining up red.
Well, comes down to if he's feeling confident, he'll put red to 4. If he's not confident, he'll put it somewhere behind hoop 3. And it looks like he's going for the hoop 3 option. There's still 40 minutes or so to go, so there's no need to feel like you've got to make a huge break now.
Yeah.
Right, he's gone.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do that.
Good. That's what he should do.
Good.
Yeah, he's got 2 shots to make the hoop 3. The rain this weekend's prompted a big discussion about what's the ideal glove, because Malcolm Powys has been turning up in gardening gloves.
Right, okay, because they're waterproof.
Yeah, and they're thick.
Yeah.
Because it's the warmth you're really after. Other people prefer golf clubs because they give you a bit more feel.
Yeah.
So David's run that long to get down to red. He really wants red down here, some behind hoop 4, but somewhere towards hoop 5. But as you said, you're just trying to hit it, really.
Oh, that's a nice cut. A lot of time in croquet you think a hit would have been good enough. I didn't need to try for that cut.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, but that was a straight drive if he'd hit it. The problem with red now is that it's complicating his hoop approach. So the worst thing in the world is to end up with red between yellow and the hoop. Then you'd have to try a jump.
Yes, I was thinking he'd have a nice croquet shot to make. To make the hoop, of course, yeah. Yeah, so...
The problem with the jump, of course, is you might get the hoop, but you won't have a return shot.
That's right.
Except through the hoop.
You can, of course, just gently tap. But red is a dead ball, but that usually gives you 2 bad shots. Yeah.
No, but don't.
Also...
And he's reached
perfect.
perfectly bad spot.
So hokey smoky said.
So the problem here is that he can't even do a jump. It's too close. He's going to try. I think this is a case where he should just set up.
Yes, because he can just end up missing the shot and not really having a next turn, because Ray's nice and far apart. Yep. So that would have been a jump straight through if there hadn't been a ball in the way.
Yep. Well, if there hadn't been a ball in the way, they wouldn't need the jump. And the big question here is, has he compromised his return shot?
Yes, he has, because he can't hit the hole of the ball with the hole of the ball. So
must be fairly open, I'd say.
Fairly open, but it's 75% chance, 75% of a ball.
Oh,
so.
no, 84. Did you know, Steve, that 98.32% of statistics are made up on the spot?
I've heard that joke many, many times.
But you would.
It's the old lies, damn lies and statistics.
Yep.
But croquet is always about risk and return.
It is. There are times when you play a lower percentage shot because the rewards are so good.
Yeah. But hope is not a strategy.
No.
Okay, he's waiting for Ray. Now we'll see if it's 74% or 83% of the ball. It was 75. So
that wasn't a question of whether he could see the ball or not. It was just a bad shot. Straight into the
no,
ball.
but I think the ball is round, and you often forget that. So even if you're going to hit the ball in dead centre, it's going to hit this leg. So. And that ball was going to hit more or less Just to the left of centre, but the leg got in the way.
No, I agree with your stats and things.
Okay, so now Ray's made a Roquet that he didn't want. Well, he's got 2 shots. Shouldn't he go behind red and then... Yeah.
No, that was his first shot. So
But he roqueted the yellow.
Did he?
Yes.
Ah.
He hit the yellow.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, now he's trying to work out how to get behind. The good news is he's not trying to put red in front of the next tube. He's trying to put it behind.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's hampered his next shot a lot.
Oh dear.
This is a bombard.
Yes, because he's dead on yellow. Mine.
Yeah,
That's one shot. Yeah,
And now his last shot is back to partner. He's just making sure yellow was a long way away from red.
Yep.
And he's left a ball at his next tube.
So, as good an outcome as he could expect after. Well,
Yeah, he didn't mean to hit yellow.
no. So he should have been thinking more about yellow than. Sorry, he should have been thinking more about his red shot than his striker ball than his target ball. How often did we make that mistake in AC? You set up your target ball perfectly, but your striker ball is no good.
Yeah, well, Tim Murphy's always drumming into us. It's the striker ball that matters.
That's right.
Yep. And his other aphorism is, the less the striker ball travels, the better the shot.
True.
Ray's doing a bit of calculation about...
It's 11:05.
what's the time left?
Still got. I think they've still got 30 minutes to go. I can't see the game clock. That's a nice shot. Extra raindrops to slow it down as the rain starts to become heavy again.
Yeah. I feel a shiver of pleasure that I'm not out there.
Now, is that ball?
Now, see, this is where the advantage of having 2 shots.
Yeah.
If your next shot had to hit yellow, you're in big trouble.
That's right. Now he can get 2 shots after he hits.
So he's trying to put this somewhere near the peg.
Yeah. Okay.
Approach the front of hoop 5.
This is going to look pretty good. No, just short.
Commentator's curse, dude.
Yeah. Well, I thought it looked like it was going to be a bit short, but normally they go a bit longer than that. So.
Exactly.
Set up in front.
So when we're coaching, we encourage people to practice the position shots, not just the big stuff, from hoop to hoop or across the lawn, but those little 6 inches where you want to get it perfect.
Yes. Well, they're just as hard because
wow,
a little error means a lot when you're close.
And people take it too casually.
Yeah.
And of course, if it only goes 3 inches instead of 6, it sounds like a small error, but it's a 50% error.
Yeah. So is it a 50% error if it goes 6 inches instead of 3?
No, it's 100% error.
I just tested your statistics there, Peter.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
And so Ray's being sensible, going back. Whenever I see a double, I start thinking, oh, look at that.
Yeah, but it's keeping the balls well away from the hoops, isn't it? Well away.
I see Ray's joining up near his blue hoop. And he's hit. So, best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Do you want another headset? Or
Okay, so now Ray's got 2 shots with black, so he'll come back to red and yellow.
because David's offering to commentate because he's going to have so much spare time.
That's a nice shot. Gonna leave him easy enough, okay.
And he's not just separating, he is trying to attack hoop 6. But he's lost his clip. This is why I like to attach my clips somewhere on the outside of my clothing in front of me so I can see it.
Yeah, I usually put them on the bottom of my jacket or my shirt.
And every now and then I check which colour I really am playing.
Well, that's the other thing, yes, particularly with AC. Make sure when you're doing those croquet shots that you are hitting the right colour ball.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't have actually measured yellow in there. Oh, because it hadn't gone out. Oh, right, yeah, it had.
It had. It was in,
Playing black.
It was with
right.
it. Yeah.
So it is.
David, he's inside the line, is he? David? He's inside the line, is he?
Yeah, he must be.
Must have been.
Must be inside the line, just in.
Otherwise you're back to one of those awkward positions where, I mean, it's still okay, you just come out closer to the line to get behind red. But it hampers your attack factor.
So then we tack on to hoop 6.
Another Ray special.
It's going to be well short.
Wellish short.
Oh,
Whoop.
go for it.
He's through.
Not only did he go through, he didn't really even come out at an angle, did he? He just went.
No, it wasn't angle.
But he just went straight through and continued, whereas...
Came off about 35.
Yes, but not.
Okay.
Didn't go back the other way.
No, yeah. He would have preferred that because it would have put him close to the red.
So,
But I think he's just grateful to get the hoop. And he's hit again. No, I thought he'd hit blue again.
So you'll probably need to check these hoops again. That looked a bit wide for... I wouldn't have expected that from an 11.
I'm pretty... Well, I will check them again because I need to firm them up anyway. But I'm fairly sure they're all pretty much on 11. I did find a 12 out there because one of the legs was turned the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's the joy of quadway hoops. They're so easy to adjust without having to muck around with the hoop, damaging the hoop hole.
You never damage the hoop hole.
You try not to.
No,
But
you never damage the hoop hole.
No, you do.
can put in grass or anything else. You can even press the legs together. But don't damage... Once you put something in the hoop hole, you've got a lifetime of misery.
My favourite thing is... that was so close. My favourite thing is just banging the ground with your hammer before you put a hoop in because it just closes up the hole a bit.
That's a good point. I usually just pack wet grass. I know other people just put a lot of dry grass in and press it down. Not a great fan of sphagnum moss.
Yeah.
But I'm a great fan of making sure you measure the hoops, even if they're on 11 and minus. You should measure the hoops because every lawn has different hoop holes, and hoop holes get wet, get dry. And, but there's a good tip for people. Bang around the ground a bit to make sure it's nice and solid. But please never put a screwdriver down a hole or a knife.
I wouldn't use a knife. But the other thing is, if you are going to do that, don't work the top of the hole, work the bottom.
Well,
Beautiful hoop.
rule number 1, don't put anything down the hole. Rule number 2, see rule number 1.
Yeah, but I'm not keen on vegetation either. I've seen too many hills in my time.
So what do you do?
We try and use the dibber and get the holes perfect the first time, and then after that you're just using the hoops in and out and adjusting the hoop. That's your ideal situation.
So your hoop holes don't get bigger when people keep whacking them?
No, well they do, and that's when you do have to pack it. But
Yeah.
hammering with the hammer works pretty well to close up the hole again. Oh, missed.
So that's what Peter does, hammers around the hole with the mallet.
Not in the centre, of course, because you don't want to encourage any rabbit runs.
I was sure somebody came back and said, I saw Peter Free use a screwdriver, and that was somebody started using a screwdriver at our club, because I think they saw you using one.
I have used the screwdriver, but very rarely. My preferred thing is the corner flag.
Oh, right. Okay.
You can just put a lot of grass clippings into the hole itself, and then that just means when the carrot goes down, it'll split the grass clippings apart. But I like to wet them and pack them onto the side.
So that was a nice little ricochet across to hoop 3 for David off yellow. So he'll be happy to have gotten the shot, even though it was that close. Sometimes when you're not getting your long shots, just getting any shots a relief.
And you'll notice that David is attacking the hoop rather than coming across the split up ray.
Yeah.
He is. He likes to approach from the shorter distance before he goes and uses the other balls.
That's okay.
Yeah. Well, he's probably got to start scoring some hoops now.
Yep.
That's probably his plan.
And he might
look at
get
that.
2 hoops.
That's looking very nice.
Yep.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
It wasn't what he meant to do from his reaction, but
He does.
I'd take it. It's better than being about another 10-foot short.
So now he's just got his one shot, so that has to make the hoop if he wants to score a hoop.
Absolutely. And he doesn't want to muff it because it's blues hoop.
Ah,
Good
great
shot.
hoop.
Beautiful
My goodness.
hoop. Beautiful hoop.
It's a really interesting replay. That would be a really interesting replay.
I know. I saw his mallet. I thought, my goodness, it's going to go left, it's going to go right. But it's like we were talking about earlier on. If you do enough practice, you can play the way you like.
Well, again, in coaching, you might see some weird stuff in a swing, but if it's working, just shut up.
Yeah. I do find the most common fault is your feet aren't aligned.
Ray's thinking that he didn't run the hoop. Ray was getting ready to play.
It did run the hoop. We have an instant replay. Ran the hoop.
Ray was misled because David didn't take the hoop, the clip off.
Yes.
But it's the yellow clip that stays there, whereas the red clip was already on his pocket.
Correct. Oh. This would be a nice one to make.
He's gone on the attack because
Good shot.
Oh, well done.
There you are.
So
he needs to make up ground.
that's another example of being brave, you know, and that's actually really good to see, rather than just go back to partner ball and get into that bogged down 2 balls on each boundary and go backwards and forwards. So.
Yeah, and David's not going to win if he does that.
No.
He's got to go aggressive.
Yeah, and David is a braver player in that regard often, I think.
It's also that extra concentration you get as the game gets near the end. You don't take as much time fiddling around. You just go in, line up and hit.
That's right. He did just eat a donut, so he might have that extra energy hit as well. That could be another component. So.
Right, so they're special magic donuts, are they?
I don't know, but...
Okay.
I was worried that it was going to keep rolling out then.
It does roll off a little bit along that line.
Yeah. It's pretty bad along the north boundary too. Oh, no. I mean, he can get hoop 5, but then he's probably going to have to join up, which he'd prefer not to do.
Yep. Because joining out, going for the long one and missing it and just having two balls, it just gives your opponent something to do, because they can just come over, roquet one, put it out. It's that.
This looks like a handy shot. Yep.
But and if he runs this with control, he can make 6 as well. Although that's why the peg's there, to make that difficult.
It's pretty nice.
So, fortune favours the brave.
Yep.
I think that's that really interesting crossover to golf croquet and the golf croquet skills for people being able to take those long hoops. An association player, or your average association player, a long hoop like that, certainly without another ball on the other side, is
Yeah.
sorry? Oh, they're just plain actually. I don't know. I think somebody might have gotten them from Woolies. I'm not sure where they came from. Plain donuts. Christine was asking.
No, they're cinnamon donuts.
Plain cinnamon donuts. Cinnamon and very lovely sugar.
And if you're really keen, you go and heat them in the microwave.
I think if I heated David's donut in the microwave, that might be deemed as being assisting a player in, there'd be some rule about it, wouldn't there, Peter?
No.
Only if you didn't give the referee a donut.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or if you didn't offer one to the other person.
Ray should be yarding
So
back
he
in.
needs to, yes, and he should measure it in before he plays. Ray!
He's got his hearing aids off.
Although it's not going to get in the way of blue, so it's probably not material.
Well, it actually would improve blue.
That's right.
So it's not material that black isn't exactly on the yard line. And in fact, David will wander past and do it.
Oh, and it's pouring with rain again.
And he's just marched straight up and he's putting black in.
Yeah.
I think he should.
So Ray will come down to yellow.
So he's got his 2 shots.
Yes, he was hoping to get enough behind yellow that he could load behind 3 back.
But those sidelines are a bit scary.
So blue's gone out, but because he made a roquet, it just gets measured in. So this is a positioning shot so that Ray can make...
Oh, he's going the other way. Right.
I don't think he meant to go the other way, but...
I think that might be a bit
Silver
angly
ball.
for the average punter.
Well, of course you're looking for 1-1 as a 45 degrees for a equilateral triangle. Well, a right angle triangle.
So Ray's not into taking risks at this stage of the game when he's out ahead 14-8.
Well, that was probably even a bit
That wouldn't have just
tighter
been
than
a risk.
45.
I wouldn't have. Would you have had a go at that? Would you have a go at that in golf?
I would.
Would you get it?
Would, yeah.
Would you get it?
I'd hope I get it. You just got to concentrate. When you sort of get into the flow, things just start working properly.
Yeah.
And,
That's
and
right.
you can pull off interesting shots.
That's right. That's the same with association.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't try a miracle shot there.
Oh, just missing. If you're not getting your long roquets in Ricochet, it's just so hard to get back into the game.
Yeah. Although what I find annoying is getting the long roquets and then stuffing up the next shots. So you get no benefit.
Well, that's because you relax. You think, I've made that one, I'm back in.
It's an interesting question about whether you should just relax and use feel to, you know, for instance, position a shot in front of a hoop,
Yeah.
or whether you should, you know, do the ray, march up, have a good look, and try and calculate it. And it's different strokes for different folks. I find if I can just relax and just go with feel, I'm often much more accurate about putting balls where I need to.
But you're an experienced player.
But I think the point of being relaxed is, for any of the codes, is the thing. How do you get to be, you know, and maintain that? And as you're getting behind, or you muff a few small things, that you get tense. So then things go wrong more.
Yep, exactly right.
Which is the only reason I lost to Peter Free yesterday by 26-3. But he was a pleasure to watch.
I was lucky. Oh,
he was very lucky.
Okay, so
Ray's complicated his life by putting...
yeah, so he's
It's 10 minutes to go.
right,
So
10 minutes
he's well
to
in
go.
front.
Well, it's
So
14-8, yeah, playing front.
Yeah.
Ray's complicated his life because he wants to get yellow back to... what's he playing? Black. Yeah. He wants to get it all the way down to 2 back. Oh, that's not... And the angle is going to always put yellow into red. So yeah, he's been forced to come wide. But he's got red down in the rectangle, so that's always good. And so in Ricochet, there's something we call doing the gardening. So if he can run this hoop and then hit blue, before he, you know, he'd be trying to put blue down behind 2 back. He's just set up.
Was blue live to him? He'd
No.
already used blue.
Yeah.
Yes, he'd already used blue.
Yes, so that's we're doing the gardening. Or
It means go and visit every ball on the court if you can and move it somewhere better.
That's right. And that's what we call grooming the lawn
Yeah.
in association, isn't it? I sometimes call it going around the garden path, you know, because you go, where on earth are they doing? You know, they're just wandering around, and then you go, oh, I see the logic in your ways.
But every ball just has to be a bit in a better position, not in a perfect position.
No,
It doesn't
but
look
you
like-
do try and improve things.
Yeah.
That's worldwide, wasn't it?
Yeah.
David's not happy. It's an interesting difference between, well no, a similarity to AC but not GC is lawn damage. So in golf croquet, any damage that affects the lawn so that another ball will be, its passage would be affected is a fault. But out here, if you're out in the open, it's not a hampered stroke, and lawn damage isn't a fault. And so on these lawns we've seen a few bad scuffs.
Oh, not from me.
But if they're not hampered, they're not a problem.
So, do you know why that difference is, Peter? Because I kind of wondered whether that is partly because golf was originally kind of promulgated as a training game for association, that was part of really emphasising to people who were learning that you don't, you know, you got to do your shots properly. I mean, or do you know why?
No, I don't.
The difference in that rule?
No, maybe because you can shoot from anywhere in GCs.
True.
Yeah. Oh, good. You've got 2 shots.
We should add, of course, that in association, if it's a critical stroke and the ball hasn't been marked,
Yeah.
Yeah. But we put an end to critical strokes, I think.
And the other similarity is bevel shots. In all codes, if you're not hampered and you bevel, it's just a very bad shot.
Yeah.
But in a hampered situation, it becomes a fault in all 3 codes.
Now the other thing with these ones when they're close on the line there, Peter, is there a double tap in Ricochet? Is that a fault?
Double tap is definitely a fault in Ricochet.
Yep.
And in the other, in golf croquet.
Yeah. But in association, if you're making
A roquet,
roquet,
then it's forgiven.
It's forgiven. That's right. There's still physically a double tap, but it's not actually a fault.
Only if it goes back, if it doesn't,
Oh, yeah.
if it comes back and hits the hoop and then gets double tapped through, it's a double tap. But
Right.
yeah.
Or if you're doing a clearance on a dead ball, then certainly
You get a lot of double taps that don't get called when you've got a hampered shot. You've just gone through a hoop and you've got a very angled shot to do. I had to call myself one the other day because I heard 2 taps and I can't see anything else to tap other than the ball. So, but if your mallet's over 45 degrees and your ball doesn't dump and you hear 2 taps, it's a double tap.
So I noticed David was out there, so he's clearly aware of time. He's
No.
itching to play, and that's that thing of when you're close to time, and again you start to hurry.
Yeah. Good.
I just think that's interesting about lawn damage.
So thank you for your comments that are coming in. So it's always good to read your croquet rules before you go to bed.
Yes, or before a tournament.
Or before a tournament,
These days my memory's getting so bad that I have to reread the rules book and all codes.
Yeah.
Because I referee all 4.
Are you referee gate ball as well?
Yeah. And they've just revised the gate ball rules, so there's a bit more to contemplate. What's really amusing is that I'm an examining referee in GC, and the questions tend to concentrate on the more esoteric rules. So it's a good way of brushing up on all the weird ones.
Yeah, but it's a bit silly because in true life it's an open book when you're refereeing. Yes, you can't be flumming through the book all the time.
No, but it's all about teaching people to use the index and be able to get to the relevant bit quickly.
So it should all be open book. I mean, I once said to Stephen Howes, the late Stephen Howes, how did you become such a good referee? How do you make so many good decisions? He said, well, you make a lot of bad decisions first, and then you learn. And that's certainly my experience, or maybe I'm still in the bad decisions phase, but you always make mistakes and then you learn.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the standards are too high for referees, because if someone doesn't become a referee, in the end you either have no referee or you have a player, an unqualified person. So
well, I see my role as to help people to become referees rather than just to cackle and rule them out. And so the deal there is that if you don't get it right in the first go, you can come back and have a second go.
Yeah. Good shot.
Lovely shot.
You
Centre
could
ball.
see that body language when he walked up. That was never going to miss. He just had that confidence and that nice swing and that beautiful, crisp, clear hit.
So one of the things now is he's really aware of time, and unlike association, most association games, it's stop on the bell. So you can't get a run, 5 at the end and come back. So it's pretty hard to...
Yeah, although that's a tournament condition, stop on the bell here.
I know.
Yeah.
I hate stop on the bell for a Ricochet competition. I don't think they should have it.
No, well, the Ricochet rules actually say that you just like
turns
AC.
after time. Yeah, because it's just,
But I think to keep this tournament running, and particularly on the first day when they're trying to get through 4 games, they wanted to have a nice clear cut. But we still did have a tie. David was playing Margaret Sears. They both got a hoop on their what turned out to be their last turn, and then the bell went. And then they went on for about another 10 minutes.
Oh, right.
Both had opportunities to run their next hoop, and they were both. One was for 3 and one was for 4 back, so they were both fighting out the same hoop.
And because of time, David's going to have to run this
Going
hoop.
for this very angly hoop.
Yeah, but he hasn't really got a choice. Oh, give it a try.
Ray's looking at the clock.
I'm going to monitor it.
Yeah, very, very close to time. So 15-8 to Ray Chapman. He's played a very calculated game. And David's long roquet misses cost him in the end. So we just lay up.
Yep, there's the clock.
Time is finished. So because it's a hard finish, the game finishes on time unless the scores are tied, which they're not. Ray Chapman wins game 1, 15-8 of the Croquet New South Wales Ricochet Singles Championship for 2025. Will be...
So this means David will go in first in the second game in the best of 3. What's the tournament conditions on that, Peter? Yep, that's what will happen. He's deemed to have won the toss. So he can choose whether he goes in or...
Well, he won the toss for this game and he chose to take red and yellow.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Going first, yeah.
Yeah, might have... Or presumably I find it fascinating when people have a preference for which balls they play with.
Yeah.
I think very early in my croquet playing thing, people would say, pretend they're all grey. Just be agnostic in relation to the colour of the balls. Unless, of course, you've got some sort of sight issue. People will choose...
There probably is a difference in the balls, but I think it's so minor that there's many other differences that are much more important. Does Robbie Fletcher choose the colour of the balls because there's a difference between them? I don't think so. Would he let his opponent go in first? No. I don't think so, no. So they're clearly very minor differences. Yep. Okay, so I think they're having a... Peter's going to check the hoops? Yeah. All right, so it's not continuous in terms of just get on with it, or they're saying, I suppose after 2 hours of play it's reasonable to have a quick drink? It's reasonable to have a drink, or reasonable to have a comfort stop. Yep. David's having some sort of long conversation with Peter about something or other. He was probably remembering that, didn't he get 2 for 1 in his first, was that him or was that Ray? Went through. It was David, actually. It was David. Yeah. That's probably he was probably remembering that and trying to bring it to front of mind to prepare himself for his next game. Well, the hoops are fine. So it is quite amazing how sometimes the hoops can change in between games. Oh, so it's interesting. So Peter is checking the firmness of them and the level of them. He doesn't appear to have taken his gauge. He's got a gauge with him. Oh, does he? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yep. It was in the mallet hand. So the hoops are set at 3 11 plus or minus a 32nd. 3 11/16 plus or minus a 32nd of an inch. Yes, I don't think Peter would like to have aspersions cast on his the fineness of his hoop setting. So hoop 6 was okay, despite the questionable, the unusual running of it. So we were discussing double taps earlier on, Roberta. How do you judge a double tap?
Angle of separation, or how close the balls are together in the first instance? Oh, if we're talking about with balls or with hoops?
With balls.
With balls, how close they are together in the first instance, and then the angle of separation that they have depending on how close they are and the distances that the balls travel.
And how do you look at the distance the two balls travel?
Yeah, and the distance.
That's what you mean by angle of separation.
Well, angle of separation and the distance that the balls travel.
And the brrr and the sound. Although it's often pretty hard.
Well, I'm not sure that the sound is necessarily, and I don't know that in the golf croquet referee manual, they just sort of go, you probably can't hear it, you probably can't see it, and lots of people pretend that they can. I mean, sometimes it's egregious, but yeah.
Oh, one golf croquet referee I was talking to said that's a brrr, brrr. He did a triple error, and it clearly was.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it is, but I don't think that can be the
It's difficult to hear, but sometimes when it is clear, it's clear.
Yeah.
If you've got to think, was that a triple? Was that a double tap then?
If it's that clear, you've probably seen it with your eyes as well. Yeah. Because if you're looking at it, that you will see it. So that would be your. And I think that's that thing about the observation is critical in.
And of course, it's up to the player to call it on themselves.
In association and Ricochet, yes.
And GC as well.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I have played. I do recall playing somebody in a who will remain nameless that was in a state team, and I was playing them, and they clearly did a double tap on the hoop when the balls come out the other side of the hoop and they're not totally clear, and playing straight across to the next hoop, so from 8 to 9, clearly hit was a double tap, went over in front of 9, and I went, that was a double tap, and they went, there's no referee.
Well,
not a great example for.
I think it's the same. Every player's a referee of their game.
Well, you would think that they would.
We were just discussing, Peter, whether in GC every player's a referee of their game as well, aren't they?
Yep.
So you have to call your double tap.
Oh yes.
If you think it's a double tap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that response was probably an inappropriate response.
Yes.
I'm impressed. Most players are very good about declaring faults on themselves.
I think you do it instinctively.
Yeah.
In terms of that was a double tap.
I not got to do one with you, where I think I was trying to hit a ball from that was in the jaws. I couldn't see much of it, and I was trying to just catch the edge of it, and I hit the leg and bounced off. But you or whoever my opponent was thought I'd hit it because the ball in the jaws did move. But it was only the leg touching it and moving it a centimetre or so.
Oh, right. But that wasn't a double tap.
No, but that was somewhere where I couldn't.
I
could have said, oh, thank you. You think I've hit it.
Yeah.
But I hadn't.
Yeah.
So, no.
And it's like in association, a still ball, because all you're doing is watching it and you go, oh, I can't help but go, oh, that was a still ball. So
when I first started, that was one of the issues, that there had been a spate of still balls. But all the opponent can do, if there's no referee, is say, did that ball move? And the striker says, yeah.
Yes.
So next time there's a takeoff, you'd say, hang on, let's just get a referee.
Yeah. Well, that is an interesting, and again, that's that thing of some high-level players who will go, yes, the answer is always yes. There are some high-level players that say you shouldn't even ask, that people will call themselves, but yeah, sometimes.
Well, sometimes
a polite question is not inappropriate.
Yeah, and it may be the only way you can protest what you think just happened.
That's right, and remind them that you might be watching. So, yeah. But that's right. But certainly when I've played in tournaments, I have asked a referee to watch closely with people who it would appear that they're not hitting into the ball and the ball is not moving. So, that's okay for people to do that, to ask a referee to watch.
It is.
I think for players of other codes as well, that thing of asking a referee something, or it's like sometimes you might have people who are very loud, if you're double banking, that they're very noisy another game or whatever, and you might ask the referee or ask the players to be a bit quieter or ask the referee to ask them to be a bit quieter. That's okay, you know. Ask things politely.
Yeah, so they can get a bit precious. There was a famous player in Victoria who was upset if anybody on any adjacent court was moving or talking or doing anything when she was playing.
Yes. There's also some people who, must have the peripheral vision of an owl to see the person walking down the sideline, or, you know, yes. And again, if it's a critical shot, is one thing. If it's just a, standard shot across the lawn.
My worst case was I was playing a player at Canberra called Chris Wilson, and I was standing about 10 feet to his left while they were shooting, and he asked me to move back, so I did. And for good measure, I actually stepped off the lawn and behind a tree, and directly behind him. And then Chris said, "I can still see you behind that tree, you know."
He was joking.
I think he was.
Yes.
You have to say it was excellent peripheral vision.
Yes, that's right. And I think the thing about that is also people getting in the habit of standing behind the strike, like not walking down to have a look at where the balls are when you've just hit it. I mean, the bottom line is either they'll be there when you get there, or they're not going to be where they are. You know, if you're in play.
Yeah.
The other thing too, I think, is sometimes people will be a striker will take up a position and be ready, and then the people will go, "Oh, I'm in the way," and then move.
Yeah.
And it's that thing of, if you're standing there, keep still.
Yeah.
Striker will tell you if they want you to move.
Yeah, sometimes you get caught and you're out somewhere where you probably shouldn't have been, but you're better off just staying still.
That's right. Or I've suddenly realised my shadow's in your way, and running around. You're going, just stand still.
Yep.
So,
Exactly.
yeah.
So all this shouldn't happen in Ricochet because there's only one player on the court at a time.
That's right.
But there's double banking involved.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have double banking. We were very lucky not to have double banking this time.
Yep. Well, it's about time to chivvy everyone back on court.
Yep. Well, hopefully they're not sitting around having a hot cup of tea, although
No, Ray
it
was
would be forgiven.
Ray was busy changing his socks.
I can imagine why. So these guys will also be using this event as training for the Australian Open that's just coming up in August. Are you playing in that, Peter?
I've entered, but very few people have entered.
Oh, I think I saw it being advertised and said, Canley in the middle of winter.
Exactly.
There's an opportunity.
No, to be fair, Ray tried really hard to get a venue in Queensland, which would have been ideal.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in New South Wales, which would have been pretty good. But the only taker he got was Canley.
Oh, really?
And so at the moment, I think we've got 3 doubles and 5 singles, and that's not going to be enough to go and hold the event.
Yeah.
So Ray's just had a second round of publicising and trying to get it happening.
Yeah. Oh, well, that'll be interesting to see.
Okay, so they are resuming. They've just had the discussion because in the second game, David, as the player who lost the first, has been deemed to have won the toss. He's elected to go second, and Ray has taken the opportunity to change balls.
Has Ray got a new hat on as well?
Sorry?
Is that a new hat Ray has on as well?
No, he's wearing 2 hats.
Oh, right.
Okay, so we've started game 2.
Yep.
Of the Croquet New South Wales Ricochet Singles Championship. It's an Open Championship. This is a world first, I believe, the first live streaming of a Ricochet Championship.
It is. There haven't been many championships, and this is one of the first.
Oh, this is worth a chapter in your memoirs, Peter.
Yep.
Roberta.
So we've got a variation on the opening here. So in the first game, David put his first ball up to the halfway along the east boundary. This time he's gone into corner 4. Alison Sharp loves corner 4. So in golf croquet, she usually goes in here on the basis that she's confident of being able to hit it with her second ball.
Yeah.
But Ray's been roqueing well, so I'm expecting he'll just go for it. No. playing safe and joining up.
So will David go across to his red as planned, do you think, Peter, or will he go down from the B-ball, go down the line?
He'll join up because it's a shorter, easier shot, and then you can use both of. You can attack.
So are they
raised balls.
touching? I think they are, yes.
Yeah.
Black and blue are touching.
There's a problem when you miss on the right on the opening shots.
So David's taking his time to make sure this hits.
And it
That's
does.
good enough. Yeah.
So, for the benefit of the listeners, the commentators have a bush in front of them, so we're all standing up for the duration so that we can see what's happening, particularly along the south boundary.
It's got nothing to do with the fact that it's actually quite cold sitting down, because it's...
My knees are starting to tell me about it. So.
Yes, now the trickiness here is he is behind his red ball, so he can't really get down between. Is he going to go?
So now, well, but it's got two shots, of course.
He does, but he won't go down the line.
And two balls.
Yeah, he'll
No.
go. He'll go out.
Some people would contemplate jumping, but there's no way you can pull a jump up reliably.
So if he ricochets off red and red goes out, that's okay.
Doesn't matter.
It is. So even though it wasn't a Ricochet because it's a dead ball, if it goes out, it's fine. It's only the striker's ball.
So in that corner ball situation, in some regards, what would have been ideal for David would have been if both red,
can't hear you.
would have been if both red and yellow were corner balls. In that case, he could have put yellow in first, because you can choose in Ricochet which ball you measure in, put on the lawn first. So you could put yellow in first, put red to be, so you could actually take a croquet shot with it. So put red out into the lawn.
No, well, that's the problem. It's got to go along the yard lines. So
That's right, but you look at you
could put a red along the south boundary, and that would have been fine, even if it went out.
Yeah.
You couldn't put it.
No, you put
going
it
up
on
the other boundary, because then it would probably hit the
I
other
had the year
balls.
round. I had the year round the wrong way.
Go and share it.
We were having trouble
Tell
hearing, and I had the earmuff. One of the earmuffs had flipped around. I couldn't hear you. And now we've.
So it's like an earplug.
So now I've fixed my technical issue.
So David just did a bit of a deft shot there. By hitting black, it popped blue further along the border to make it easier to get behind it.
Oh, it's got
He's
to
hit
be
it
in a way.
He's hit it far too hard. He doesn't want to open the far border.
Right.
Would have liked to have cut it more, so he ended up.
No, I think he was
You don't think?
probably somewhere around there, but he wants it in the laneway between 1 and 2.
This is not.
That's
looking
nicely, Steve.
nice.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Yep. Again, I thought that was going to be short, but these lawns must be.
There's a bit of
Getting
grab,
closer.
bit of grab as they slow down. They then slow down quite quickly.
And then the difference between how much rain there's been in the last 3 minutes too. Very nice.
But this is where it would have been nice to have blue
In the laneway.
in the laneway. Yeah.
And of course, you've got to think positive, but it would be a bit of a disaster here if he misses. Nice and easy.
Never in doubt.
It's that funny backswing, isn't it?
I know. I know.
But it's working, so go for it.
It probably feels okay to him. It's like if you ever take a video of yourself. Just about everybody has a kink in their backswing, and he sort of sweeps around. Sorry, Roberta.
I was going to say, yes, what are you seeing in his backswing?
He cocks it out to his left, behind his left foot.
But then it comes in square.
Yeah, and then goes out to the right later on. Sometimes we were just watching one of his hoops earlier on. We thought, there's no way this could make it the way he was swinging, but it went straight through.
See, Lester Hughes has got a theory that if you're right-handed, you'll put your mallet down, ground your mallet too close to your right foot, and then people tend to start flinching from their right foot. So he showed me that I was actually...
Here's a good shot. We should...
I was actually pulling out behind my left foot, coming through in front of my right toe, but because I managed to have my mallet perpendicular at the moment of impact, they were going straight. So having showed me that on video, I spent 6 months trying to fix it. It just confused me.
So now what's he going to do though? He's coming back down to the corner here.
Well, black and blue are far enough apart to be fairly safe. Where's red?
But red's real close to black.
Yeah.
Ray would just go in front of hoop three.
Yeah.
This is brave.
Well, that's what you were commending earlier, Roberta.
I absolutely commend it.
It's got Ray to his feet. And too brave. So you're asking about Ray's hat. It is the same hat. He's actually wearing some sort of visor underneath, or a peak cap, and then he's got a rain cap.
So he's playing blue because it's the closest shot, presumably, Peter. But you could also play black to red and then go over and use those two balls in terms of,
Ray's he'll try and keep a break going, but he's basically an accumulator. So he'll take the easier hoop first.
Oh, no, he's coming over.
No, but in that case,
he's got two shots.
He knew he could use yellow to load.
Yeah, right.
This is travelling.
So it's going to pull up.
That was beautiful.
Hey, it's a foot inside.
Was David Scott breathing in then, trying to get that ball onto the boundary?
There is no luck in croquet.
Finely judged. So does he just use red, or is he going to go around and use black as well?
No,
He should use them both. If he doesn't, that'll be disappointing, actually.
So
Nice, look at that.
you can crack hardy on red and get it out.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, he probably was hoping to get it all the way down to 2.
So we'll try to put black to 2 now, you reckon?
Yep.
And this is what you want to see. You want to see people. No, what you doing?
He's trying to work out his angle.
Oh, right. Because he's got 2 shots. No, he's not using black.
See, some people like to have their partner ball as a safe harbour to come back to.
Yeah. Suppose if you've already got 2 out there. It's again that thing of, you keep that thing in the back of your mind of I need to be somewhere safe, and I have to have my safe harbour to come back to. Psychologically, is that the or is it I'm really hot, I can pop that out there and I'm going to get a break of,
Well, this is one of those probability things, isn't it? Because if David shoots red at yellow and misses, then it's going to be good for Ray.
Yeah.
And yellow at red and misses, it's going to be good for Ray.
Yeah.
If David hits, then he's not in as good a position as Ray would be with either of those. But
Yeah. See, it wasn't the time for Ray to try and put a ball in front of hoop 1, because that's too close to yellow.
Yeah.
And there wasn't much else to do at the moment.
No.
Nice hit. Oh.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. I mean, good crisp sound. That's what I say to players. You want to hear that crisp sound with the mallet. Once you're hitting cleanly, we can fix up direction.
Yeah.
We want that clean hit first.
And of course, the sound mallets make when they hit is a bit of a variable.
Yeah, the metal ones versus the timber ones.
So again, Peter, so that's interesting as well. So he didn't go hard on blue, so he didn't try to get it up the lawn to where it might be in future play.
Yeah.
And he's going straight across. He could have done that, but he chose, and that's the thing of him choosing the safe harbour, so he's always going to come back to, which, you know, it's how.
Yeah. But you see, if you'd put blue all the way up to, say, hoop 3...
I suppose yellow's for 3 at the moment, yeah.
No, but that's a pretty safe harbour too.
Yeah, well, except it is yellow's hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. 2 shots.
Yeah, so he's got himself into a jam here because... Oh, no.
All right. Yep, he's going to put red up, and then he'll use yellow when he gets the hoop.
No, I wasn't paying attention. I thought that was his last shot. It's always a disaster when you end up leaving your oppo balls together. I mean, he's still got the outlet. He could come and run hoop 1 and then hit them, but puts a lot of pressure on.
So he'll try and use his 2 shots.
Yep.
Get the hoop.
Got the hoop.
Come and have a look.
Yep. Telling his brain what it needs to do.
So he's a looker, not a feeler, Peter.
Yep.
Well, we know Ray can do an angly hoop like that.
Yeah, I just went a bit further. There we are. Through the hoop. Through the hoop.
David's just showing Peter his mallet. Got an issue with his mallet?
Yeah, the wrapping around the handle started to come adrift. And so he's decided that's why he's missing.
Should have brought some super glue with him.
Yep, we got the Roquet on yellow, that's good. Now we can go down and use red.
Yes, I've been using a cricket grip on my handle, and it became so old and floppy that I took it off. And then, of course, I've now got the unadorned handle, and I have no idea where 36 inches is on a 43-inch mallet.
Oh.
I went to yard in and had to go and find some tape.
And just use a bit of white out. Put a dot.
So it's a nice placement on his approach to red. So we want red over, probably to the right of hoop 2. Let's put it behind. So he'll want to then run it's black quite hard down there, so he can then rush red across to hoop 3 when he runs the hoop.
Yep.
Nice approach shot. Ready to, he's been listening to Roberta.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with my strategy, Steve. It's my execution that lets me down most of the time.
Yes. There's a difference between the wrong strategy well executed and the right strategy poorly executed.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Yep, so that was black scored 2.
So now it's 2 all.
David's
We
being
have a mini disaster here.
David's being distracted by the minor birds eating the donuts.
That's right. Which is, of course, concentrating all the attention of the commentators.
That's right. We've got no idea what's happening on the lawn, which is always
Well, that's a
not
nice
very entertaining for the folks at home.
there. And
Okay.
we've got the first shot.
It's quite a nice speed if it keeps on rolling in there. Look at that, beautiful.
Yeah. And quite close to.
That was the sound of Peter putting the lid on the donuts and then dropping something on the floor.
Nice hoop. Nice hoop. Now, does he go to blue? Yes, rather than back to red, because if he misses, he loses control of the game. If he goes to blue, if he misses, he keeps control. The donuts have been rescued, so the commentators are happy. Oh, that was
Just missed blue.
Just missed, yeah.
He could have been brave and gone for red, but he didn't.
Well, no, if he went for red and missed, then all David would do is shoot back, and David would then take control of the game by having red and yellow close. So I don't think there was any real choice. It wasn't about courage, it was just about common sense.
Peter Free would have gone for that one.
Well, he has a high skill level.
Oh, Ray and David are pretty good on there. Well, David not so much so far today, but
So this is not a good time for David to join up.
Right.
Because it's just giving 2 balls at Blues hoop.
so yeah, going to the other end of the paddock is what we say. Get away from the end, which is where your opponent's got their clips.
Yep. And it's also putting yellow up where it's...
Yep, that's right, where it needs to be. If he gets the Roquet, wouldn't that be terrific?
It would.
Oh, look at that.
And he's promoted red really
He missed
nicely.
the left side of the ball and he missed the right side of the ball. That was a pretty good shot.
He might now go for hoop 3. Now he needs
That's a good receiver ball, but this is still a difficult shot.
Yep, going across the court, he needs to maintain his calm, having gotten that long Roquet, which is the first one for some time. Not be too excited, as I say.
Why do you say it's a difficult shot?
Well, he's coming in from the side, so he's got to get the length out.
Which he didn't.
But you just make sure you stay out a bit. Yep.
Yeah, that's what he should do.
And didn't do.
Too soft. Rock and a hard place.
You can have a success with jumping from out there.
Yeah. Yes, but then the most likely outcome is he leaves the 2 balls together. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't know. I mean, for that angle, shorter jump maybe, longer jump.
You'd only do it in golf.
No, I jumped 3 times, I think, in
At that angle, at that length.
I only jump at angles. Yeah.
But at that length out, it was quite a way out.
It was quite a long way out. I've done 30-degree jumps in golf.
So it's interesting. This is a good in AC. Putting yellow there is trapline theory. So you're guarding against someone shooting at red.
Yeah.
But here it's a different scenario because black doesn't have to hit red on the opening shot.
So will Ray go down or will he take his hoop first? Down he goes.
I think he'll go down.
Will he go all the way to yellow, do you reckon, Peter, or will he just go to red?
He should go to yellow.
He should.
Which he is.
Ooh.
That is another
Perfect.
fine judgment.
Very nice.
Yep. So hit yellow, so he can get the 2 shots.
And then come back and put red behind 4.
It's very noisy here. It sounds like a helicopter somewhere. Oh, it's a truck over in the car park.
Right, so you want to get... That's pretty good. So he's going to put red down towards hoop 4 or hoop 5?
Hoop 4. He needs a reception ball. Ideally, it's where you can actually come through the hoop and then hit red to 5. So it's a bit short. I'd say what all the noise is they've got someone on a log chipper repairing some of the storm damage.
Well, this is looking pretty good. So, amazing, yeah. I was predicting it was going to go whack bang into the left leg as we were looking at it, because his feet and mallet were aimed there, but he obviously knows how to make it run a hoop. Coming back, but not enough. Okay, so 4-2. So looks like David's decided already. He's certainly going to shoot a black and blue. So he's not going to leave the lawn wondering what if.
Has he got a clip he's putting on? Is that what he's...
On hoop
Yeah.
5.
No, Ray should leave the lawn.
No.
He's waiting to put the clip on.
All right, oh, okay.
So Peter.
Oh, it's for 5, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Good shot.
Centre ball. The only problem in Ricochet is if you send a ball, the balls often come back very close together. So it's, in many ways, your ideal shot is a glance shot that separates.
He did go off at quite an angle there.
Yep.
And thankfully not touching black when he measures in. So red still for 1.
Yes.
Yellow's way down the other end, so we'll just cut black across to be a reception ball so we can run 1.
Yes, I mean, you're supposed to regard all balls as grey, but it is slightly comforting to be taking black across and not blue.
You like to hit the darker ball.
No, it's blue's hoop on 1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if you stuff up, it's not immediately disastrous.
He's got his 2 balls together. If he stuffs up, and if he comes through, he's looking good. Oh no, so if he stuffs up,
Oh,
go down. That's not going
it's
to make
going
it.
too
Not by a
short
shot.
again.
Back to yellow.
Must be that mallet grip.
So David can get quite emotional at himself. I've never seen him get angry with someone else, but he really takes it out on himself.
It's only croquet, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, wonderful game though it is, it's not the Olympics.
So this
Well,
is...
it is kind of when you're not doing even close to what you know you can do. That's when it is
Oh, I
disheartening.
think we've all had sleepless nights
That's
thinking, why did I play so badly? Come back the next day and fix it all up.
He's going to hide from black. It's,
Dear me.
I'm much happier joining up again doing this.
Well, particularly when you
Because-
didn't have the distance right to start with.
Yeah, because he's left it open to
so
black.
I think he's done what I always do when I try to do that and leave it open. It's just a
Yeah.
very, very risky thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at least it's the black ball, not the blue one.
Well, that was both the wrong strategy and the wrong execution.
And Ray makes easy work at that one.
Well, rightly so, really.
So
So now he's thinking,
Hoop 5.
just make the hoop.
If he can run it really hard, he'll get down to yellow and then come back on 6.
Or run it under control and run 6, then run down to yellow.
That too.
Or neither of them may work. Oh, nice.
Nice.
With that.
Nice, yeah.
He heard me.
Interesting length.
Will he do
Nice.
it? No, he's going
Safe
back.
harbour. David's unhappy that Ray's not taking it on.
Mm.
But there is the risk that you just miss the hoop altogether, sail down, arrive next to yellow for the next turn.
Yeah.
Whereas if black can hit blue, which he has,
Nice.
he gets to do it again.
Yeah.
Where's the red ball?
Just over here, I think.
On the
There it
line
is, yeah.
behind one.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not worth trying to come and get in.
No.
So he's got 2 shots. Does he line up and go hoop or
Yep.
Yep.
go down to yellow?
No, there's no point in going to yellow. The one thing it would do is mean that you can then take off back in
Yeah.
front of the hoop on the line, but
Oh, he's going to go for this hoop.
It's always harder to approach from behind than in front.
yeah, and you're always worried that you're just going to sit on the back of the leg. The worst spot in the world.
Well, there we go. Are they?
No, he's saying it's through.
Oh, is he?
He's saying it's through, David. Whoops.
David hasn't heard.
Well, David's going to have a look.
Yep.
He's happy that it's through.
Well, he's not happy it's through. But it's
It's
agreed.
always a good idea with close balls to look at them from both sides of the hoop. Get
Yeah.
down on your
Yeah.
haunches. Don't slide your mallet down the
Oh,
hoop
never.
leg.
No.
This is brave.
Got it?
That's
It was
good.
clearly the only shot he had, and it was
Yeah.
in a line, so
My Philistine did that in a game once. Set it down the lead. It was clearly through, but then just touching the hoop made the ball roll back. So I learnt my lesson the hard way.
So why did you even use the mallet to start with?
Oh, we were just having a social game. I was playing Rob Elliott. He was a bit annoyed.
Yeah,
He said,
no,
"Don't do that."
but if it's through, what were you doing?
I'm sorry, it must have been. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Like-
same thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
just to show it was through.
All right.
Just, it's definitely through. See, I can just put my mallet down. And then when I took the mallet away, it rolled back.
so if he runs very hard here, he can come down to red on the boundary. Or do his trick thing of just end up in front of the hoop anyway. No, he's not. Wasn't going to risk.
Probably a bit of a long shot for the hoop.
Yeah, and I'd go back to blue here, not go for red.
Yeah, well, see, sometimes Ray would just roll down and in front of the hoop and then wait for next turn.
But red's too close.
Oh, we almost hit it again. It
Oh, of course, yeah. I can't see red.
Yeah, no.
No, red's about midway between hoop 1 and hoop 5. And
So
he got in. Yeah.
So this is what I mean about playing as an accumulator. You're just getting a couple of hoops at a time. You're not making big breaks.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
just...
But soon that's up. He's got
so that's
7.
Yeah. And now it looks like he's got a
Must be touching.
touching ball.
Yeah.
That's an interesting term for it as an accumulator.
Yeah.
2 at a time.
Well,
Yeah.
the classic is there was a girl down at Jambroo. She just put each of her balls in front of the next hoop they were to run. Never joined up, never tried to hit anybody, just put the ball in front. And she actually was doing quite well because people were sort of ignoring it, figuring they can give up a hoop as long as they did something. But she was just going puttering around.
Why would you ignore a ball sitting out in the middle of the lawn?
I don't think she thought she was a good roquet.
All right. No, but the opponent, why would...
Sitting in front of the hoop.
Well, you know, presumably they would use it whenever it was convenient, but if it was out of the way, they'd just leave it to it.
have a hoop.
Yeah. So Ray deliberately put his black on this side. Blue on this. Oh, no.
No, he played black. I thought he was going to play blue.
So did I.
There you go. Just goes to show what we know.
It's one.
So yeah, I thought he was going to hit blue as across to here and try and move
What's he doing?
the black up this side.
I think they were touching, Peter.
Yeah,
So he's only got the two shots.
Yeah.
I know, but I thought he was going to move black along the border here next to his next hoop and then go across.
But he could have just went.
But that would have been two shots. He wouldn't have had another shot.
Yeah.
But he could have put black down near red because he could have done the split
The red's way up there now.
down. Oh, I stand corrected.
Because
So now I can see what he's doing. Okay.
so that was one shot. That's his second shot.
Yeah. And you see, because you could have played a croquet stroke,
Yeah, he could have.
but to try and get down to there, but it had to be a pass roll because you can't put your front ball out on that. Oh no, actually, yeah, you could put the front ball out.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
As long as your striker ball didn't go past red and yellow.
Yeah. That's a big pass roll to get your ball to... Yeah. I mean, the blue doesn't matter, but it's still a big pass roll to get you the one down there. I tried a few passing rolls in my games over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
They weren't spectacularly successful.
I rely on the pass roll far too much in AC.
I'll have to get you to teach me how to do it. I still can't.
Well, the good players don't do pass rolls because they don't have to.
The good players don't do rolls because they don't have to.
Yeah.
What I find quite interesting is you don't see people sort of going, well, I'm going to try to put the balls into a position and then come back to it, like getting them both out in the middle or then go back to my ball, you know. Because you see that in AC in terms of that's putting them out there and then it's... And that's because it's just so hard to do.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you don't have the control over the balls.
And then as soon as somebody goes back to their partner ball on the line, it's just it's exactly the same again.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's partly because if you've got that much control, you're probably trying to use them to make your own hoops rather than just setting them up out in the rec.
Yeah.
A bit more distance.
Gotten it into the zone of opportunity.
Yep.
There's so many names for that. I tend to use V these days, but I like the zoo.
The zoo. We talk about the zoo.
There's also the foo, the funnel of opportunity.
Oh, the funnel of opportunity. That's a more dynamic
He's through.
notion than zone. Zone is just a static place. Funnel is you moving. Red hoop, well done.
Well, if you're really keen on
he'll go to yellow.
on getting in the foo, does that make you a foo fighter?
That's a dad joke.
Yeah, I rolled my eyes.
No, it looked like it was going to be on for a while.
Yeah.
7-3.
So now blue will go to black, and they're doing the bogged down on the sidelines again.
And he's setting up over there because red and yellow have moved over to the east side, and he wants to go to hoops 1 and 2 back.
Yep.
You don't get much of playing dry. You know, in AC, you often sort of head for corner 3 or corner 2 or something.
Yeah.
But in Ricochet,
The whole game is dry.
It is pretty dry.
it's looking good.
And
Commentators goes.
it is one of the things with Ricochet is it can tend towards being bogged down, and it becomes, just a, I mean, 2 hours of, going back to the line, and it,
Yeah.
it's we're proponents of a shorter game, a shorter 90-minute game, or even an hour. The 18 points, do 18 points in an hour, get it over and done with. By the first hour, you pretty much know who's going to win in Ricochet because it's so hard to get a big break to come back.
Yeah.
Somebody's got the skills to make a break. They can do it. If you're down by 5 hoops, getting back is really hard. For your average player, if you're not Peter Freer, Peter's looking at you very quizzically.
I always live in hope of a break.
How do you get a break from this sort of a...
I admit the best chance of a break is if they break down in the middle of the lawn. So that even if they just jam a hoop, they've usually got a reception ball out there with them, and then if you're joined up, you can start using 3, if not 4 balls.
So Peter didn't hit red that hard, but it went all the full distance.
That's David.
Feet up, sorry.
We know what
David.
you mean.
The guy in blue.
And now they're going to be all in a row, so that does make it harder to get in behind. Although he's a distance out, so we can get behind black reasonably happily.
Yeah, but it's
So he took some time thinking which ball and where he's going to put it.
Yeah, but he's really trying to put black to 3, not to 2.
Oh, just stayed in. Perfect. Total control.
The flash shot here is to hit both balls.
Yeah,
Like that. Except need to hit it harder. I don't think he meant to.
but that's okay.
It's okay.
That's okay. If you can go back and get that red hoop now.
This is a money shot. This is a crucial shot in this game, isn't it? He gets this and his.
And then he can do a proper break. And wouldn't that be a delight to see in the final?
Yeah, it looks good. That's an excellent shot. No, it's good.
It's an inch or two too long.
It's good.
Let's be fair.
What? And as a percentage...
It looks much easier on the screen than it is. All right,
Beautiful.
straight through.
Very nice. Okay. Now, wouldn't it be nice to see a nice break here?
So going back to the gardening, Steve, so his ideal thing here is to hit yellow, actually this side of hoop 3, but then come back and move black and blue to hoops 4 and 5 respectively, and then return all the way down in front of 3 and run it.
And he can also do that because he can move blue across with a cut and run himself back down to 3 as well.
As a ricochet.
As a ricochet shot.
Yeah.
And that would be, I'd really love to see him play a textbook game, because certainly, in the ACA coaching stuff, they talk about this sort of stuff, but you never see it being played much.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be great?
It's gone a bit long.
It's gone a bit long.
That was the ball that put black down to...
Yeah. So here's the Biner bird looking for more donuts, no doubt. Oh, Peter, do you want to scare all those other ones away?
No, they can't do anything. I put the lid on.
So now down to blue to rush blue over to the receiver ball for 4, and also well away from black. you've got blue behind the hoop.
No, but in this case you want the blue in front.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you're running the hoop, you want it behind. When you're coming to it, you want a reception ball out the front. What do you call a pioneer?
Yeah.
That's good. When I want to put red there from somewhere down here, I just imagine those times when I've tried to put it in front and how it felt when I went too long.
And this looks like it came through far enough to give him a clear shot on yellow.
Yep.
Yes.
7-5.
So he is going to be leaving yellow behind, but he has a chance to go and retrieve it later on. Plus, it is yellow's hoop, so it's not a bad
Yeah, so he's
spot
going
to come back to.
over to black, move black to up to hoop 5, then go down and use blue to get 4.
Just a bit short.
Would have liked to, gone a bit further so I could move it a bit more effectively.
But you can afford to cut this even if red goes out to the west boundary. Yeah, didn't get enough on it though.
And blue is quite a way off the line down here, so he, could even come in behind it if he wanted to.
Yeah,
But he probably doesn't even need to. He just needs
No.
to get close to it and just come off the edge of it, ricochet off the edge of it a slight. Yeah,
that'd
again.
be perfect, but he's really just going to ferry it, so just touch it and then go in front of the hoop.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to move it over too much because he'd like to, when he comes out of the hoop, rush it back again. And that's the thing of the outcome now is he can't get blue back in again, and he's going to have to leave it behind.
Fell away into the court.
Yeah.
He's being very, very careful not to run into the back of the leg.
Oh, much better to have that shot than one from the back of the leg.
Yep.
It's very runnable. Now we can watch this swing. Oh, he didn't do the wonky swing, so he didn't
No,
make
but,
the hoop.
but he didn't follow through at all. It was a stab shot.
So where's black? Will black have a go at red? Do you need to be watching it, Peter, if he does?
You'll go to black.
We'll go to black. He won't take that shot.
Another good rule of thumb for golf croquet and ricochet is if your opponent's on the leg,
Leave him there.
Yes.
It's just pretty much for association too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a great fan of taking a hampered shot. If you've got a good shot, that's a choice. But I suppose he doesn't really have a good shot.
Yes, no, I had I had the joy of having a hampered shot like that, which I took about 3 times yesterday and hit the leg of the hoop every time, but I didn't hit the ball, fortunately. I know that wasn't yesterday, it was in a golf thing because it didn't matter then, that's right, I remember now.
There you are.
Yep.
Good. Ready to go through the hoop, which is always a good idea to put a bit of pressure. But Ray's probably going to make hoop 1 with blue.
Yes, you see that's interesting, so that's to save a hoop, that distracts him from going straight to his hoop, so as a tice, it takes him away from the primary thing of getting the hoop. Yeah, go get your hoop, Ray, give away a hoop, it's not a problem.
That's exactly what I came back to talk about so well.
Because that's why you'll sometimes do those shots, to distract them from the hoop.
So Why doesn't he just go and set up and make the hoop?
There you go.
That's what we're talking about, the decisions.
I would have thought. What's he?
My motto is indecision is death.
Okay, I always forget that. I think, difficult shot.
And the risk here, of course, is staying on the leg with your blue. He went through, so that was all right.
Yes, but it's still a big risk.
Yep.
Is that scoring shot?
No.
He's now got 2 shots.
It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't a
right
hoop shot, no.
Red went through the hoop the wrong way.
So
It's
that's
going to be short.
one. He's short. Yeah. David's running out before he's even taken his last shot.
So here, he really should come this side of black so he can push it.
Well, so
Because he wants black down the court a bit.
well, it depends. He's actually with his black. He'd do black hoop. He's got those 2 balls on this side.
See,
So if you're looking forward,
I was
in terms of the game.
I was assuming David was going to use red and go to yellow, but he's actually going for the hoop.
but Ray's got both those balls on his forward side. So playing the black would be the one that I'd...
Can't see the point of playing yellow, black and blue.
Well, it's a big shot. So if he ran the hoop...
Unless he's got a double target.
Oh, he's thinking of running the hoop, is he, with yellow?
Yes, but he's chickening out, I think.
No, he's not thinking of running the hoop, surely.
He was, but he decided not to.
A little bit of rain coming down, just a
And now I
light
think
sprinkle.
David will shoot at black. Because he's thinking of going Ray.
Ray's wandering over into his line of sight. Yep. Thank you, Ray.
Ray's got his hearing aids turned off. In fact, they're not on because he finds the rain makes
All right.
a distraction. So it means he's hard to communicate to. Head down. Oof. Another near miss.
Now, do you think Ray is going to...
I think he'll play blue now.
Blue?
I think if you had played yellow down, I reckon you'd play black. But
Obviously, he's got hoop 3 loaded. If he can push black down so that blue runs the hoop and then gets a rush on black down at 2.
yeah. But if he had his red and yellow over here, wouldn't you play it the other way, the black?
Yeah, I would if red was still here, but one of them was going to move.
Yeah.
The black didn't go
So we
far.
actually set up quite well to play either way.
Nice shot. I mean, Jones them very close. I mean,
This is where black didn't get far enough.
Missed that
Lifted
one. It
his
was
head.
Yep.
Yep.
a relatively short shot for Ray. You wouldn't have expected to miss that. So that's a let off for David.
Well, you can always miss those shots.
And so David's in the corner there at corner 1. He probably can see black unless black's tucked behind the hoop from him. And that's not a bad one to take because you're on your way back to your yellow ball at the other end as well if you don't make the Roquet. David is just muttering to himself, thanking himself for measuring in Ray's ball that Ray just left.
So what's he looking at? Seems to be looking at yellow.
No, he's shooting at black.
And it looks like Ray's gone over to hide behind... Oh, it looked like he was
You're
going
right.
to hide behind the clubhouse to get out of his line of sight, but he's not. He's having a drink at the bubbler over there.
So David's joined up behind Addie's hoop 3. Red would ideally be a bit more towards us, so we can put it behind the hoop. But
So Ray's taking his time to think about.
I don't think he needs to take much time to think about that.
He's,
It's only one place to go.
yeah.
well, you don't. Ray didn't want to load black and blue behind red's hoop.
No.
Been a few more works here since the last time I was here. The equipment bin's been moved down the far end.
Oh, I hadn't noticed that.
New
Yeah.
fencing along here and seats being put in. I think there's plans to rejig the garden to all natives. Hedges looking very trimmed.
Yes.
Personally, I always wanted a hedge a bit higher to shut out the soccer players, but
No, any higher, it starts to shade the lawn.
good point. There's been a bit of trimming going on down at the Banksia.
Yeah, it's really the white cedar we want to get trimmed.
Well, I can see a new
Yeah.
cut up there above David.
We have another hoop. So yellow's
So the progress here
3
is
and red's on 3, so it's 6. Yeah.
yeah. So you tap red because keeping it in is better than putting it out to the border.
You see, the other thing is if you're thinking, you run, you might have liked to have cut it across a little bit towards 6 for when you've gone through.
Yeah, that's finessing it. He's going to black. I go to blue.
Go to
even though
blue.
it won't do much, but it gives me much more control then in coming back on black.
I think he's going to blue.
No, he's come to black.
No. Did want to run the risk of going out.
Wow, you be careful, stay 6 foot in.
Yeah, you just aim for 2 or 3 yards in.
So
Yeah.
he's just shortcut it because that's very nice.
Yeah.
But he does need to put black over here behind the hoop. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
It's not a long way away to go for yellow.
Yeah.
And that's the thing of not necessarily behind the hoop, sort of
Yeah.
midway, so then he can come through and rush it.
A bridge.
Yeah.
I'm afraid in Ricochet, Steve, you've got to be happy about putting balls in front of hoops from a fair way.
Yes. But wouldn't that have been a better time to actually do a ricochet there?
No, you wanted black as far over here as you could.
But Steve, that's, in terms of the idea, that is actually a good idea, but he would have needed probably to be closer to achieve that.
Yeah, I see. It's
And a bit
Yeah.
more round.
That's right.
because he
So-
had too big a shot if he made
That's
that.
right.
Yeah.
And that's where if he had have gone to blue and come across, he might have been able to get that closer position to be able to achieve that.
So Ray looks like he's addressing the wrong ball, but he's just seeing what yellow can do before he won't shoot at that. He'll go back to his partner ball.
So yellow is far enough off the hoop.
You want to be careful when you're testing it like that, actually.
It's
Yeah.
critical
Yeah.
ball
Yeah.
territory.
That's right. So what would you do if you hadn't had it marked and he did actually,
I give him a Rule 16 reprimand. There is no Rule 16 in Ricochet.
All right, that's the Peter Free rule that he pulled out whenever.
Well,
Okay.
just about all the rules books have that ultimate thing where get out of jail for referees about restoring justice to the situation.
Well, actually, okay, so you wouldn't give him a wrong ball play.
No, but it's an end of turn because he's hit a ball he didn't own. And if it happened to move into the hoop, then maybe that's
So, yeah, so
He's calling you.
kismet. Maybe it's kismet.
So now we'll see.
So it is a hampered hoop.
Yep.
Watching for all the things that you need to watch for in a hampered hoop in whatever code you're playing.
Could be a crash, more likely a double tap.
Or both.
It's a fair bit out, yeah. So probably a double tap. But yes, a lusty swing could give you a crush.
I don't know how far on the leg it is.
It's hard to tell from here.
Yep, it is, because we're on the wrong side. Well, make sure the hoop's absolutely perfect. So how's he going to do this one? Is he going to do just a little stop shot? Do a, flicky downy, flicky uppy?
It's through.
Well, it was very much with the bottom edge of the mallet, but
Yeah.
not a bevel. You'd be at risk of a bevel with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it was close to that. Right. So Peter Free said it's not as bad as it looks.
I think in
From
terms
where we
of the
were.
angle,
Yeah. Yeah.
But he is through,
No easy shot.
for what it's worth.
I don't even think. Does he have a shot on black and blue?
No.
Yes.
Does he? No.
Sorry.
Oh, he does. Gosh, he's obviously out further than one thinks.
So that was a much easier shot than what we could see from here on the screen.
It was close to a bevel, but wasn't a bevel.
It was the double tap I was worried about.
Oh. Yes, no, we didn't know how close it was, Peter, and we were wondering whether it was, going to be a, just a little stop shot or a uppy downy or a, all the different people do different things.
But it was actually about a centimetre off the leg.
Yeah.
Whereas from here I thought it was maybe on the leg.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yes, and from where we were looking, it kind of looked like, very much the bottom of the mallet that he hit it with his stop shot. Yeah.
Forgot what I was going to say.
Bottoms of mallets, angles.
That's what distracted me.
Sorry.
It's gone.
Oh, well.
It's an increasingly common thing these days.
Well, you did notice a lot of players like to have their mallet angled a little bit up. I don't know why.
I'd much prefer to see players with a stop shot action there. Because if you're leading forward, the temptation is then just to follow it. And so you end up crushing the far leg.
Right.
Oh, for a stop shot you do. You just want to
Yeah.
hit it a bit up. But even normal shots, I see a lot of people with their angle.
Oh, you mean
Mallets?
leaning back?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was going to say was David actually made a thing of going behind the hoop to see how much of his ball they could see. Because, in theory, if you can see it, more than half the ball, you can run it. But half the ball is a very dodgy proposition. You need to see, 2/3, 3/4 to be confident you can run it.
Now, there's a bit of background noise coming from the environment. Just pretend you're in the country. It's a tree lopper's truck with chainsaws and chippers. So, just pretend it's an idyllic rural environment where they've got the chainsaws running.
Right, so Ray's gone through. Gives him another hoop.
And rotates.
Yep.
Oh, that's quite unusual in Ricochet, actually, a hoop and roquet.
No, he won't get up.
Oh.
Live streamed. Tim says he hopes to see more live stream of this. Good, Shane.
Next year we'll probably have one. But good.
I can't see the screen. Which Tim is it? Tim Murphy?
Tim Dimon.
Ah.
Tim, do you play Ricochet?
His overshot is next to it.
One. So now where's blue there? Right. Oh, it's a bit of hope for David. Now, is that the right thing to do? Because if David hits with yellow,
Oh,
It's a long way for that.
that would be fairly brave. I think he'll go to. Oh, he's going to play red.
I think he's, yeah.
I suppose he doesn't want to be. I don't know.
Yeah, see, red's forward of
Mm.
blue. But then 2 balls over there is pretty attractive for blue to use to get to hoop 2.
Yeah, well, it's probably reasonably attractive for black if it got 3 back as well. In terms of being down there on the hits next one, so it's not a good location for
He's having a look at the hoop.
this hoop.
Yes, hoop 4.
I think he's looking at where the clips are, not as to whether he's going to try and run it.
It's off yellow. And I mean, it resolves all the arguments if you hit yellow.
Yeah.
He's looking.
Oh. He's very close, and
It's been a day of
looking at
inches
that
for David.
mallet again.
Yeah, the winding is coming off at the top there, which is what he's playing with. So it's probably going to increasingly play on his mind.
Mm.
So a $2,000 mallet and a $10 binding.
Yeah. You can get quite elaborate constructions if you have a look at Mark Scruton's mallet. He's actually got 4 mallets, and they're all tapering out at the top with flat discs on the top. So they're quite elaborate constructions.
It's interesting the different things that people have as their collections that they have for croquet. I was noticing Simon Cook, who withdrew from this event, unfortunately, had sets of sunglasses with coloured rims, each of the rim depending on what colour balls he was playing. So he had pink rims, white rims, red, and so
Do you guys have any tape?
I've got duct tape. I've got duct
Do you
tape.
want duct
Yeah, that's what he wants. Duct tape. I've got cloth tape.
yeah, so Simon wore his different glasses depending on the colour of his ball, so he could keep a track of what balls he was playing all the time.
That would be too complicated for me. I would just have the wrong pair of glasses on.
Could lead to anxiety when you can't lay your hands on the right pair of glasses.
So David's been having a trouble with the grip of his mallet, so he's just gotten some duct tape from our cameraman producer here. I don't know what you called him. To just stick on the end of his mallet to stop it swivelling quite so much. Black's on the wrong side of the hoop there. So he's just going to join up again with blue on the boundary. Red's not that far away, and that is red's hoop. So David might take the risk to have a shot at that. Or he might not. talk about the risks and rewards of Ricochet. This is a risk, and if he gets it, there will be a big reward. So he'll be very focused. Yep, he made it. So he'll be breathing a sigh of relief there. And so he's for 4 with red. So he's got blue very nicely placed there. He'll be able to move blue into, he might, whether he moves it closer to the hoop, given he's got black on the boundary there, or he might move it closer to hoop 5.
Yeah, I think I'd put it behind 5 because separate the oppo.
Yeah, and then putting it, because you don't need another one behind because you've got the black one there.
Yep.
We don't like to say separate. We like to say put them into positions that'll be far more useful to you, with the added benefit of separating them.
Now, that's an ideal position now to
Yeah.
hit blue down towards the peg and get across to in front of 4.
Looks like he's doing it quite straight though. Is he cutting it at all?
No,
Yep, no,
that's what he's doing.
Beautiful.
Yep. It's interesting about the compromises between whether your priority is red, given that you have got 2 shots, or whether blue's more important.
Yep. Nice.
There's not much variation, you know. Some courts, that shot you start seeing a bit of the ball going left or right.
Because that is always the risk of, because that hoop where it was in the original position was probably quite hoopable by David, and then coming in that little bit closer, you always run the risk of it running off a little bit or actually ruining your shot. So he's run that very nicely, and he's got black down here within easy distance. So he'll rotate black, and then he'll go down and pop blue down closer to probably beyond the peg. Would you be putting it, Peter? Or?
Yeah. And I'd be trying to hit black hard enough to put it over behind 2 back.
Yep. Because we've got the big picture going here.
Yep.
Oh, and as always, you have to get the roquet to be able to make the break. That will be very disappointing for David. That's very disappointing. David's just measuring in his ball. Ray's coming onto the lawn, thinking about which ball he's going to play. Yellow is, blue is is on yellow's hoop, and I think red's now for that hoop as well. So we've got both red and yellow for hoop 5.
Live stream, if you're enjoying the live stream, please, we'd just like to acknowledge that this was made possible by a grant from the New South Wales Office of Sport. So we thank them for that. Part of our strategy to increase the profile and breadth of croquet.
Ray Roquet.
So it's always a good idea to tell your local member that you appreciated that, and give everybody some brownie points. So good roquet there from Ray. Quite easy to miss those, so I've been told.
Absolutely.
And Dave is doing some temporary repairs on his mallet.
So I think we've only got 1 point difference in the scores at the moment. Is that right?
Yes, 9-8. And just under 50 minutes to go.
Ooh. Is it going to be another perfect placement shot?
Looks like it.
Yep. Didn't get behind it, Steve.
That's true, but I think that would not have been a good idea. Sunshine now, after torrential rain in the morning. Now it's just perfect for croquet. The lawns are looking good. They're brown, of course, because they're cooch, proper cooch lawns, which in Sydney is the best. Nice short mow.
Nice approach. Beautiful.
You've got that down pat.
Yeah.
It does seem like you need a higher level of skill. You need to be better with your layups. So you need to be a better than average GC layup. And you need to be better than average rocayer.
Yep. Yep.
So
it's a difficult game.
Yeah.
My analogy is it's like playing AC with one hand behind your back.
Well, it is.
It's challenging.
Yeah. It's a relief to go back to playing AC when you've been playing RC, because you can pick up the ball again and you can actually move the balls around and you can actually put them where you want to put them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so it's just really a different game. It's not a bridging game. It's a different game.
Yeah, it is a different game.
Takes away the, dare I say it, tedious nature of GC, where it's just roll up and hit away and roll up and hit away.
Let's not say tedious.
I play more GC than AC now, but I can't play more than 2 games.
Yeah. Sometimes what I find with GC, because it can be, it's a more percussive game, because there's lots of clearances, and so there's a lot of, and then, when you're talking GC, AC, and AC is a much gentler game,
Yeah.
because there's more, you get to have more time taking shots, positioning, sort of stuff.
It's true.
So the same with, this, you get more shots in effect, which...
But a lot of games are 7-6, 6-7. You think, why don't we just play one hoop? But, it's a lot of fun and it's quite social, and I like it because I think, I've got an hour to spare. I can pop down to Mossman and play 2 games of GC and I'm finished.
Yeah, but it's got a lot of interesting shots in it, like jump shots, in-offs, straight hoops, angled hoops, and then you get
in-offs I can never get.
And then you get into
shots,
cannons and bombards and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they're all in AC as well.
We don't compete between the codes. No. Each of them is their own game, and each of them has something to offer every croquet player.
Rabbit runs are more important than GC.
I love rabbit runs.
No, but it is it's a separate game in itself.
Oh,
I see.
Another near miss.
Yeah.
So David's just repaired his mallet thanks to Steve's cloth tape, duct tape. He's not happy. He's worried that it's going to move underneath.
I've had that happen. It annoys you.
And even if it's not actually happening, but you're worried that it will.
Yeah. So now he goes for yellow.
Not sure why he did this, because he's not going to be able to get yellow out. And blue's for 3, which is diagonally down there, so it's not improving his chances from when he was over here. Or am I missing? Where's red?
Red's there. He's just going to get behind red and rush red across. You can't see red is blocked by a post.
Yeah. Now I understand why it's there.
But then he's still got a long shot.
Yep. And he's been slightly hampered because the blue went out in the corner, so both balls came back onto the corner spot. So an interesting thing in Ricochet is that if you roquet a ball and both of them go out, you can choose which comes in first.
All right.
Normally I would put the striker's ball on the spot and the other ball outside it so that I can move both of them. But if you only put the target ball out and your ball, the striker's ball, remains inside the yard line, it just stays. It has to be played from there. So it's only if both balls go out.
So he's just playing safe.
He's setting up for black to run hoop three back next turn. So it's like John Ritchie's next break theory.
Yeah.
What, breaker one?
Yep.
Oh,
I was thinking blue's too far across, too west. It would have been better a bit north, but he set it up so that red's only got one ball. They can only see one ball.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So David's been very brave, going for a roquet across the lawn. So
He's getting sort of frustrated going for things.
Yeah.
I mean, one of David's obviously rules is that if there are two balls anywhere near his next hoop, he's going for them. Whereas the other theory is if you go for your partner ball, if you hit it, then you can use the two balls anyway.
Yeah.
And if you miss, you're joined up with your partner ball. So I think that would be a better strategy rather than just shooting at the two.
You had a double target maybe, or, you know.
No point in going for yellow.
No, I was going to say it's going to be a difficult two shots if he hits.
Well, unless you roll into the near the corner and then can hit it down to 4 back. This is much more sensible.
Yeah.
But it's also interesting about David putting his ball over there. It did give Ray pause for thought too, in terms of, you know, well, where is that yellow? What am I going to do next?
Yeah.
You know, so
And he's also got to think if I mess up,
Yeah.
It's a lurker.
that's right.
Ready to leap on you.
creates a bit of pressure.
Now he has to get that return roquet. Every association player knows that that's a pressure one.
That's right.
David's disconcerted by the return of some sunshine. Whoa!
Oh.
Oh, look at that!
He's had to practice that shot for a long time.
Well, that's the whole point. You should be saying, I know this shot. I've practiced it. I just hit the leg and then hit the
Ricocheting off the leg is not one of the things we practice in ricochet.
It's just breaking David's heart.
ball. Yeah.
Oh, and look where he landed.
Yep.
Yeah, right down
Hit the
in
leg,
there.
hit the blue, and out in the corner behind the
right,
yellow.
Yeah, so now he can pop
perfect,
up.
Perfect.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
You must live a good, clean life.
Oh,
That's bad luck. So he obviously did that to get a better rush on yellow.
Yeah.
But,
No, well, yellow's meant to be down there. Fall back.
yeah.
that
You
wasn't
don't
it.
need that much power on these lawns to get it down.
No, it was just a very bad shot.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay, he's going to
Red
go over
to
and use
red.
red. Now, will he put red down closer or will he take red out of the middle? What's he going to do?
He's going to put it behind 4-back.
Unless he's hampered by the peg.
No, he's okay.
That's all right.
That's pretty good, actually, because it's on the way back to
Yep.
Yeah.
Penalt.
I mean, he's now got much shorter shots, but he's still coming in from the side.
Oh, no, he's going.
But he does have a receiver ball.
He's actually in the zoo.
So now
It's just a long
got-
way out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking he was playing red.
You were thinking he was playing blue.
Oh, I thought he was playing red. Sorry.
All right.
Well, this is probably pretty good.
Yep.
That's very good. See, he's got a lean on his mallet. His top of his mallet is about 6 inches to the right. And a lot of people do that. So Gareth Denya's come up with this tracking software so that you can actually analyse your swing.
Oh.
So he's got an app that does that. Has he?
A free app, Kinetopia, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So you put a couple of dots on your mallet, and then you can just track how
Oh,
it's
wow, that's
actually
pretty
going in 3 dimensions. So 4.5 sideways from behind. And then with Peter Olsen's pushing the laser trainer to get your swing straight.
So David going for a Roquet on blue. And he misses.
So you used to just put 2 coins on either end of the mallet, didn't you?
Or 2 glasses of water.
Barb Pickett from Urunga told me it was actually 2 glasses of red wine.
Right. So what's happening there is David has shortened his backswing and he's sort of bringing it through a bit too quick.
Yeah.
So when
he's not waiting at the top either.
Yeah, when people get nervous, that's what they do. They shorten everything. So less backswing, less follow through.
Yes, you can practice everything, but not nerves. You know, how often do you sort of practice and you can't miss a ball, then you get on the lawn and then you can't hit a ball. Bit of rain coming down again.
Probably quite a lot, Steve. Actually, I don't do enough practice. I know what's... I get bored with practicing myself. That's probably what's wrong with my game.
Well, when Fulford was training in Canberra with Kevin Brereton, yes, Brereton used to be waiting. So every time Fulford goes to hit a ball, the garbage tends to cling together, or rock music would come out of the speakers, or he'd just scream, some stupid thing. Fulford says he's impervious to anything now, no distractions. But there was a certain tension when he was leading up to his shot, waiting for something to happen. And so every now and then Brereton would do absolutely nothing just to put him off.
Well, once you've got all your shots mastered, then it's fine. You don't need a lot of practice. But until that point in time...
I just asked if you can give the name of the tracking app again.
I think it's on Facebook, but I think it's Kinetopia, Kinotea.
Something like that.
Yeah, but if
AE probably.
if you go on either Facebook or YouTube and Gareth Denya, either Kinetopia or Swing Tracker.
So that's on the Croquet New South Wales community.
There you go.
Would that be what you're saying? In terms of going on Facebook. Okay, Facebook is a very...
We'll have to get Gareth to message in.
I think he's in the UK, isn't he?
Yeah, he's home soon. Surely he's watching the Ricochet while he's in the UK.
Actually, I noticed he didn't play in the British Open. So maybe he's not there for croaking.
I do know that on his first day of arrival, he was very thrilled to again, rock up at one of the, big clubs with however many lawns, and they just give him a key and say, off you go. You can have, full access. He loves that welcoming nature of the croquet universe.
So that was hoop and roquet.
So Ray is called. Just checking how many shots he's got, I think. Looks just like a perfect wire. Which he probably wasn't intending. So just setting up now for the next hoop.
So that was just Ray checking that it was. So that was Ray just checking that it was hoop and roquet, and he had 2 shots, not just the normal one. And then he put black down perfectly where it couldn't see blue. Again,
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
So how much time is there?
Still plenty, 31 minutes.
All right. Still time for a big break.
So it's 12:08.
A little bit of gamesmanship going on here. David's been getting increasingly cross that Ray doesn't put balls in, so Ray made the point of not putting David's ball in.
Oh, Ray's in a break, so you can't expect him to do that.
Wasn't it the ball that David just played?
He was standing at it though.
Yes, it was. Yeah. So,
I think it is reasonable for the player is meant to leave the lawn when they've measured in the...
Yeah.
So, to consistently not measure in balls, you aren't actually living up to your responsibilities as a player. So it is reasonable for David to go, why am I having to, measure in the balls all the time? So
Ray's a bit absent-minded, like that early ball over there, the black ball was out of position.
so shot 1.
It's getting a bit close to the hoop. Yep. I don't think it got far enough to be able to run it.
So go back to black or set up?
He should go back to black.
yeah,
But he can't get a rush to see black's on the line.
I reckon David will have a go at that.
Must be double.
No, he's going to go. He's got yellow near corner 1, so he's going to try and roquet yellow near corner 1.
Nice head down.
It's a nice stroke.
Nice clock when he hit it.
But I think that was a better option.
Probably
because
was.
now he's joined up in the corner. He's out of the way.
Yeah.
If Ray's going to chase him,
Ray's going to play back.
and worst case is Ray gets one hoop.
Yeah.
Ray likes one hoop. That's his, what do you call it? The accumulator.
Yeah.
So,
part of this is that blue hasn't got. Well,
I would have done blue to black.
I would play blue because it does have a potential break.
Yeah.
You can try and get black down here somewhere, and then you've got 2 balls to use over here. See, one thing Ray likes doing is if he can poke his partner ball up towards its hoop, and then go and.
Yeah, he's a defensive accumulator.
He's a very defensive accumulator.
So, a bit of work here. Should he go for red? Bit longer. Got to make it.
But more useful.
In some regards, when you go for the corner one, if you end up with them both in the corner and you're a little bit hampered, it's not the same as in AC, going for the back ball being the one to always go for. If you end up with a ball that you can't have a free shot with.
So you actually hit yellow.
Yeah, so I think that was, and now you can get in.
Now you can get in behind red.
Behind.
Whereas he hit red.
Apart from the fact that yellow's in the way.
No, it moves. But the other issue here is that anytime you're rolling into a corner, you have to be a bit sweaty about whether you're going to go touch too far.
True.
He's putting a ding in the lawn to...
a divot to land in.
He's not, but it looked like it.
That's enough.
It's going further than he meant, though. See, that was another 6 inches, would have been fatal.
Well, another 6 inches or another half inch?
So we put red
We'll compromise 3 inches.
in the centre of the lawn. Now, okay. Does he try and get... Well, might as well, mightn't he? Try and set up for the hoop.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 2 shots. He can run the hoop. Go for the hoop. If he runs it, join up with blue. If he misses, join up with blue.
No, he's not even going to try.
And that's not very useful down there. I mean, if you're going to put it back, I would have been trying to put it between blue and the hoop.
Probably was.
Well, I thought it was just hitting long.
Nigel found that app too.
So Nigel's found the app. Kinovea.
Canovia.
Canova.
Yeah.
So I think Gareth's done a YouTube video on how to use it, and, with instructions and.
Yeah. I had a quick look on Facebook and couldn't find where he'd posted it, but
And he's also prepared to, if you take a film of someone, a video of someone, he'll process it for you. Although he's hoping that people will do that themselves, because apparently it's a fairly easy to use program.
that would have been nice for David.
So I think
it would have been nice if it got closer. Didn't seem to be really on.
So I think he's getting more and more frustrated.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things about, Ray not even pretending to go and see if he could get that hoop. That's just reflective of him playing the end game. He's playing a very defensive game now. I mean, he's always pretty defensive, but that's, didn't even go and set up to see if he could get it with red there. And that's fine. And David will be feeling that.
Yeah, but the only possible thing that could have gone wrong is if he landed on the back of the leg on here. Everything else, if you don't get position, then you're doing what he did.
That's right.
So you might as well do it.
I know. That's what. But hey.
So in fact, he finished this turn with a shot free, didn't he? Because he hit down too far.
He went out.
Oh, he went out, did he?
Yeah. He might also be losing concentration with himself.
So now it's an interesting question. I think Ray will come and set up in front of full.
Yeah. Because going back to his partner gives. Or is he?
Well, if he goes back to his partner, he can get black further away from red.
If he hits.
Well, no, he can't.
He's only got one
He's only got one shot, hasn't he? Yes, yes.
You're thinking association again, Steve.
Yeah, I am. I know. I think of 2 shots, but one.
And if he misses it, then it's quite close to red.
Yeah,
on the-
So he's being positive,
He is.
and
Which-
it worked.
That's right. See, so he could have been
Well,
through
no,
Rover
it
by
didn't
now.
work because now black's even closer to red.
No, what he'll do is he'll go on the far side of black and then bombard it down here.
Oh, and then leave. Oh, on red.
Or go to red.
Yeah, but you can't really move red far from there without going into the corner, and that's
No, but he
high
could
risk.
get his shot behind black.
Well, he could do it now.
Yeah, that's true. And it'd be shorter, but not straighter. And it wouldn't take as much time.
Well, no, this would be one, Peter, where I think if you ended up with the corner balls,
Yeah,
put your
yeah.
put your red first and
Put red over into corner 2. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So why didn't he just do that after? Oh, no,
Because he wouldn't have got a good a shot.
He's got 2 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why didn't he do it coming off black? Because he was hoping to move red?
I think he was probably trying to get in behind.
Oh, it would have been hard.
Good shot. Now we're through to
Now he'll-
13-8.
He'll just set up in front of. Where's
Or yellows.
Where's yellow? Oh, it's way over there.
Yeah.
He's counting hoops, is he?
Yeah.
Checking the score. Always useful to check the score. Yep.
I'm playing dry.
Playing endgame.
If I'd decided to do that, I wouldn't have been able to resist trying to run the hoop on the way. And if you'd bounce off, you'd go there anyway.
Well, if I'd have been trying to do that, I wouldn't have been trying to get the hoop on the way, but I probably would have hit the hoop on the way.
Yeah, but hitting the hoop wouldn't have been a disaster.
It would have been. He just hit the hoop and then bounce off. So they could.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose he didn't
Well,
want to
black-
set up in front of it because it's red's hoop.
I suppose he's safe because red's going to play to black.
Yep.
No matter what.
Yep. Yes, that's why he didn't set up in front of the hoop. He didn't want to load it. That makes sense. Yellow's way down there. But again, this is the thing of, there's nothing. All you can do is get a hoop. That's the thing of how do you do anything?
Yep.
It's probably as good an approach shot as he's going to get from that angle. It's all right.
I would have liked to go a bit further. Oh, well done.
Good news is it's through. The bad news is it's through. You got to
You might be able to see more than we
play
think.
it in that way, yeah.
The corner ball position? Yep.
It's only one ball.
No, it's two. It's got red and yellow down there.
Yes, but there's a big gap in between them, so he's got to aim for one or the other.
So this is aggressive play. He could have hit into corner 2, for instance.
No, it was aggressive play. And Which is interesting, going from what was sort of endgame play to playing quite aggressively and quite taking very high risk there when you didn't need to.
Yeah.
Very early in the game, when you do that sort of shot, I say, I'm just trying to confuse my opponent with too many balls that they won't know what to do. He's going over the top, he's playing yellow.
Good. Black to back to rush. Red.
And so probably put red down towards hoop 6, so then he can go and run 5 and go down to 6.
And take his partner.
Yeah. Get out of that corner with both his balls. Very close to the line there, but as it is, worked out well. He does, of course, have black over there that's live too. Nice shot.
I think he'll go for the hoop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, he'll be irritated about that.
So resisting the temptation to set up in front.
Yeah. Well, we did see Ray do his trick shot where he ricocheted off the leg of the hoop and into the ball, so he's probably wanting to be careful of him doing another one of them.
This is another free shot where you can just shoot right through.
So he's missed blue in the corner, and it was nice to see Ray using his hand movements to encourage the ball to change its line. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
I always find it's better to balance on one leg and that's the other leg.
Wave the other.
So he's going to try and push red towards the centre.
Yep.
To be a better receiver.
Yep.
Halfway between the peg and the hoop would be good.
So it's all in a very nice straight line.
And it just also gives you a bit of a ricochet towards the hoop.
Yep.
Wrong way.
Do you reckon he'll still go straight to the hoop or go and use Ray's balls?
Raise
Yep.
balls.
I wasn't watching, so I couldn't tell. Gently, gently.
Nice and gentle. 14 minutes to go. Now, how long does it take to get a hoop in Ricochet?
Well,
Depends how many of the balls you play along the way.
we've had 22 hoops in, 85 minutes?
4 minutes a hoop.
And that's unfortunate. He went out with yellow, so again it means he's got to go behind the ball to get behind the black ball. And interestingly, the corner marker's out, and actually it's on the lawn. And should he hit the corner marker, which is on the lawn, and that affects the position of his landing, Peter, what would occur then?
Well, it's an outside agency, so you just put the ball where it would have gone. The crucial thing is if it would have gone out, because that was a potentially fatal.
That's right. That's right. Do you think Ray mightn't have put it up there, and that's why David's not putting it back?
No.
Yeah, he's put it back.
'Cause- 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 'cause
No, he hasn't.
Isn't?
Oh.
The other one's there.
Yep.
Early on, we had the GC markers out, which are much taller, and the wind was blowing them over.
Yes. I find that GC markers, the tall
Too
ones,
long.
look very strange, but there was somebody here who was saying that they liked them because they trip over the little ones all the time.
Yeah.
I do. Yep.
It's unfortunate he's gone too long on that hoop a few times now.
Here's a question for our many listeners. These are the excellent magnetic markers. How do you make magnets? Do they degrade over time like batteries?
We'll let our listeners.
Do we care?
Yes, that's probably a better question.
Do you know the answer to that question, Peter?
No.
All right. What made you think of that?
When I was putting it out, when I needed 8 magnetic things, so I pull them out of the bag, and they were in clumps hanging on to each other.
Of course, that's how they do it.
Like a bit of starfish. And I was thinking, I wonder, having them together, is that degrading them over time?
Oh, they use up each other's energy. Maybe it makes them stronger. The potentiating effect.
Anyway, they're quite popular. But of course, as you remark the lawn, they get more and more out of sync.
Wait, just move them, don't you?
Well, because the lines are never in quite the same spot.
Yeah.
But we were worried that the mower would pick them up, but the mower hasn't. So
Yeah. But I was noticing these are nice, strong magnets. They really click on. I assume you can use different strength magnets.
right.
So he's put red, sort of potentially useful down the track, provided you can make.
Yeah.
Break here will make it very interesting.
Oh, there you go. The blue ball hit the corner marker that was laying loose as an outside agency on the lawn.
But it would have gone out.
It would have.
Taking no risks with it going out.
Didn't get any sort of a cut, just sent it straight across the lawn.
I just wanted to make sure they were separated.
Oh, right. Okay.
To make Ray measure it in.
And I'm going to go and do my civic duty and put that corner marker back. It's irritating me.
Okay, so now
Oops.
hoop 6 for yellow and hoop 6 for red, and that. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Yep.
Well played, David.
So you play it hard to the border and then run one back from the back. I've seen it done, but it's not good practice.
2 hoops behind, 8.5 minutes to go.
Yep. Woof. Another near miss. He's nicely positioned to rush red up behind the hoop. And
maybe better off just to go into the corners. And oh no, I suppose one hoop at a time, he'll make it there.
I think he put a higher priority on trying to hit black than, I mean, he could have hit deliberately into the corner, as you say, to set up a rush, but much more useful if he'd hit black. Yep, very nice.
Well, it's a pity it wasn't a Friday and we can get an Erdinger.
I've actually been regretting all this tournament that there isn't food.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Well, I think the cafe across the park is still vegetarian.
What, the Cafe 33 or 66 or something?
Yeah. And has those two words that should never be mentioned together, vegan and bacon.
You're going to say fake meat. Another nice ball.
13-12, so
It's getting very exciting.
it is.
Right. Ray. Just stay still.
It's going to be short, I think.
Again, not wandering around into people's field of vision when they're playing whatever shot they're playing is just polite. So I think that was.
Ray's just nervous, but. I don't think he's really in the field of vision, but.
Nobody's moving.
Yeah, he needs to keep still.
Sure. Measures in. Now over to yellow.
Wants to put it up near the peg. Or as far away as you can.
Yes, he is aware of the time. He's been checking the clock.
Very. Not too long. So he was trying for the hoop rather than just going straight back to partner, like we previously discussed.
I think that's because there's not an opponent ball nearby. I think the other one, there was an opponent ball near that hoop.
Okay. It's into the last 3 minutes.
David checking the clock before he starts his play. So this is the thing of, again, where you don't have turns after time. Basically, game's over. You know, because the clock's going to go. He can't make that many hoops in that time.
They're going to make one.
He's going to make one.
It's 13-12, so
Is
one
it?
makes it equal.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Hasn't Ray got 15? Right. He's on Rover and 6. 5, Rover and 5. So he's got 11 and 4 makes it 15.
That's right.
Yeah, it's 15. You're right. So it's 15-12.
Yeah.
Happy we've got a 11 for black and 4 for blue. Well, it was exciting when we had the wrong score.
And I'm renowned for being very bad at scoring.
I think we're getting tired. So yes, it is all over Red Rover.
So we've just had a score correction, and it's not as close as we were hoping.
It was making it exciting.
Oh, it's our fault. We're supposed to monitor it.
Yep.
Oh, I can actually see the score now. I couldn't see it before. I didn't know where to.
We've been paying most of the attention to the lawn and not watching the screens.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yes.
a lovely hoop. Lovely hoop.
Now if he hits yellow,
Yeah, that was red.
That was red, went through hoop
So
6.
Yes, red's on 6 and yellow's on 7.
Can he? Oh, he didn't get the roquet. So 15-13. Well, that was certainly a much closer game than the previous game, so David was... We could do a match with you playing Steve Miles. Peter was just suggesting an exhibition match. Do you say that's time?
That's time now, and Ray Chapman is the winner. 15-13 in the second game, 16-8 in the first game. So Ray Chapman is the 2025 Ricochet Open Singles Champion. And David Scott is a very worthy runner-up. Both players from Ballina Cherry Street. I suppose soon we'll have the presentation. So quite a interesting game.
Especially once we've got the scores right.
That's all.
Oh, well, you could...
Oh, that was a pretty exciting finish there.
Yeah.
Well done to Ray. Ray will be having the bragging rights on their flight home back to Ballina this evening.
Maybe they'll try and get separate seats.
Well, yes.
coming back,
No, they played pretty well considering the conditions today. It was freezing cold and very wet.
And then sunny, and then windy, and then balmy.
Yeah, it was a lot of everything.
A lot of everything today.
So well done. Thank you on the commentary today. Done a great
Thank you,
job.
Happy. You've done a great job again.
And Yeah, are we going to wrap this up? Or?
I think we'll wrap this up now.
Righto, yep. Well done, Ray. Congratulations, Ray.
And as I said, this broadcast was made possible by a grant from the Office of Sport New South Wales. So
Massive hats off to them.
just mention to your local member that you're quite happy with the job that the Office of Sport is doing for croquet in New South Wales. So that's going to be good night, good afternoon from me, Steve
Good evening
Miles.
and good night.
Good afternoon from Happy. Good afternoon from Peter Freer.
There you go. Say goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
All right.
And
Thanks,
good
viewers.
afternoon from Roberta.
Roberta done a great job as well. Thank you, Roberta. And viewers, remember to give it a share on your social media. Let people know that we are live because viewing numbers help keep these things happening. So thank you. And until next time, it's ta-da and bye-bye for now.